adalah Indonesia, negeri yang dianugerahi tanah yang subur, dikelola oleh tangan-tangan anak bangsa. Kami berjalan bersama Presiden Jokowi dan Menteri BUMN Erick Thohir.
Pupuk berperan strategis terhadap ketahanan pangan.
Mengembangkan berbagai inovasi dan bertransformasi bersama Pupuk Indonesia, menjaga ketahanan pangan bangsa, dan menghasilkan senyum untuk bangsa. Pupuk Indonesia, makmur bersama Indonesia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, dan salam kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Selamat pagi, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian.
Welcome you to the 7th International Conference on Strategic and Global Studies in the Consulate General of Republic of Indonesia. We also welcome all the attendants who are here with us online through Zoom. My name is Naila, and my partner here, Rahma, and we will be the master of the ceremony of today's event.
Selamat datang di acara The International Conference on Strategic and Global Studies ke-7 di Melbourne. Kami juga menyambut para hadirin yang hadir pada acara ini, baik secara langsung maupun secara daring. Nama saya Rahma dan juga partner saya Naila yang akan menjadi pembawa acara pada hari ini.
I begin today with acknowledging the traditional owners of the land in which we are gathered today, and I pay my respect to their elders, past, present, and emerging, and that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today.
Saya mulai hari ini dengan mengakui pemilik tradisional tanah tempat kami berkumpul hari ini, dan saya memberikan penghormatan kepada sesepuh mereka, baik dulu, sekarang, dan seterusnya. Saya menyampaikan rasa hormat itu kepada orang-orang Aborigin dan Torres Strait Islander di sini hari ini.
Before we start, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to our sponsor and media partner, as without them, our event will not be this successful. We have Minister of Investment of Republic Indonesia, Consular General of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Investment Promotion Center in Sydney, Asia and New Zealand Foundation, PT Indobara Sukses Makmur, Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company, and
Sebelum kita memulai acara pada pagi hari ini, kami ingin mengucapkan terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya kepada para sponsor dan rekan media, karena tanpa mereka acara kami tidak akan sukses ini. Yakni Minister of Investment Republic of Indonesia, Consular General of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Investment Promotion Center in Sydney, Asia New Zealand Foundation, PT Indobara Sukses Makmur, Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company, dan juga Pertamina.
To kick off today's event, let's open this event by singing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya.
Untuk membuka acara pada pagi hari ini, mari kita buka dengan menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia, Indonesia Raya.
now we will continue by singing the national anthem of Australia.
Lalu kita lanjutkan dengan menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Australia.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are young and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is God by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair. Beneath the radiant southern cross, we'll toil with hearts and hands to make this commonwealth of ours renowned of all the lands. For those who come across the seas, we've boundless plains to share. With courage, let us all combine to advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Thank you, everyone. You may now please be seated.
Terima kasih Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, dipersilahkan duduk kembali.
Next up in the agenda, we will have few opening remarks, starting with Sir Arthur Subroto, Director of School of Strategic and Global Studies in Universitas Indonesia. For Sir Arthur, the time and stage is yours.
Agenda selanjutnya, kita memiliki beberapa sambutan, diawali dengan sambutan Bapak Arthur Subroto, Direktur dari Sekolah Kajian Strategik dan Global di Universitas Indonesia. Untuk Bapak Arthur Subroto, waktu dan tempat kami persilahkan.
The Vice Chancellor of Deakin University, Prof. Matthew Clark, Mr. Kuncoro Waseso, as the Consulate General of Indonesia in Melbourne, Professor Muhammad Najib, Education Attaché, Embassy of Indonesia in Canberra, Professor Fedi Hadis from University of Melbourne, who is the keynote speaker also for today's event, Prof. Greg Barton from the Alfred Deakin Institute, Deakin University, who is also become the keynote speaker for today's event also. Professor and colleagues from other universities that I cannot mention one by one. All collaborative partners of the School of Strategic and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia, who has helped to organize this international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, who are all present at the 7th International Conference on Strategic and Global Studies, and distinguished guests, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon you, and Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Ladies and gentlemen, our world is currently and consistently facing uncertainty. In the past few years, the COVID-19 pandemic has hit the whole world and led us all shocked and miserable because of it. The slowdown in the economy is real, and we are all trying to overcome it. For example, Germany, the motor of economic of European Union was also in a recession because of this problem, and also among all other European countries. Amidst all this conflict between Ukraine and Russia also presents a geopolitical challenge to the world peace due to the prolonged war. These are the problems we face as global citizens, and we are required to make the best contribution to be able to solve this problem as intellectuals. Even though the economic slowdown occurred, the issue of corruption that was presented to industry 4.0 and its main technologies, such as artificial intelligence, seems unstoppable. Microsoft, which has founded ChatGPT on a large scale, has presented the issue of academic fraud, which we need to address intelligently and wisely at the same time. Not to mention that Google and NVIDIA also competing to complete this disruption with their artificial intelligence system. Concerning this matter, Indonesia, which has extraordinary diversity in its society, faces complex challenges. It may also be happen to our close neighbor like Australia and New Zealand, I think. We as academics feel called to be able to contribute and be able to see traditional life which is still well preserved and modern life which is full of innovation and disruption. Moreover, Indonesia's situation also has difficult threats from issues of intolerance and terrorism. We also know that we can't solve these problems alone. Therefore, we move and seek collaboration with various parties. One of them is with Deakin University, which resulted this international conference to be happen. We hope that the ladies and gentlemen who are present here can participate not only for academic purposes, but instead can collaborate with fellow academics from all over the world for further interest. In this occasion, we would like to express our gratitude to our partner as follow: Deakin University, Perhimpunan Pelajar Indonesia in Australia, in Victoria, and Deakin University as our sponsor, Ministry of Investment of Republic of Indonesia, Consulate General of Republic of Indonesia in Melbourne, Indonesia Investment and Promotion Center in Sydney, ASEA New Zealand Foundation, PT Indobara Sukses Makmur, Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company, and Pertamina. Without their sincere help and cooperation, this conference would not be coming through successful and fruitful. We thank you. We hope that this conference will produce something useful and practicable for solving the problems mentioned previously. We can no longer work alone in empty spaces, far from these real problems. Hopefully, what we are trying to do by organizing this conference can be for all of you to contribute and solve global problems. That's all. A brief message from us. Enjoy participating in this conference and hope to see you again on another occasion. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Sir Arthur, for an excellent remarks. The next agenda is handing over momentous between Universitas Indonesia and Deakin University. For Dr. Matthew and Sir Arthur, please.
Terima kasih Bapak. Biasa, acara berikutnya yaitu pemberian kenang-kenangan antara Universitas Indonesia dan Deakin University.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, we will have Professor Dr. Matthew Clark, Pro Vice Chancellor of Deakin University. For Dr. Matthew, the pleasure is yours.
Selanjutnya ada Profesor Dr. Matthew Clark selaku Wakil Rektor dari Deakin University. Kepada Dr. Matthew, kami persilahkan.
Good morning, everyone. It's a wonderful pleasure to be here, and I thank you for acknowledging our country earlier this morning. My name is Matthew Clark. I'm the Pro Vice Chancellor for Research and Development here at Deakin University, and I'm representing our Vice Chancellor, Professor Ian Martin, who was unfortunately unable to attend this morning given prior commitments at one of our campuses down at Geelong. I would like to make special mention of our esteemed guests, His Excellency Mr. Waseso, the Consul General based here in Melbourne, and Dr. Muhammad Najib, the Education Attaché. So we welcome you, and I welcome certainly Dr. Subato as well. Really wonderful that you're here. And I welcome all of our international visitors, many of you from Indonesia, but also other countries, including New Zealand. It's wonderful to have so many people interested in this so important topic able to attend here in Melbourne, but equally so important to have so many people attending in Jakarta. And I'm so pleased that this conference is happening in both of our wonderful nations, both in Australia and Indonesia. As mentioned by Dr. Subrata, the relationship between Australia and Indonesia is extraordinarily important. And the relationship between Deakin University and Universitas Indonesia is equally important. And Deakin is very proud to partner with such an impressive and prestigious university as yours. And so we're very grateful that you've allowed us to be your partner in this endeavour today. The topics that will be discussed over this conference are just so important, and I won't reiterate everything that Dr. Subato has spoken about. But the world has changed considerably in the last few years, and now it's up to us as social scientists to work out what that actually means and what the implications are for relationships between nations and relationships between peoples. And I have full confidence that the discussions that will take place here today, both in Melbourne and in Jakarta, will provide insights into how we reset and normalise these changes that have occurred in recent years. And I'm sure that the conversations will be robust and will be extraordinarily interesting. So I wish you all the very best for this conference, and I look forward to hearing its progression. And I'm sure that everyone who participates either here in Australia or Indonesia will thoroughly enjoy this opportunity. And I know that I'm very proud to be able to host such an important conference organised by your school, Dr. Subato. So thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Matthew, for your remarks. Next in the line, we want to welcome Sir Kunchoro Waseso as the Consul General of Republic of Indonesia in Melbourne. For Sir Kunchoro, the stage and time is yours.
Terima kasih Dr. Matthew atas katanya yang berkesan. Selanjutnya mari kita sambut Bapak Kunchoro Waseso, Duta Besar Perwakilan Republik Indonesia di Melbourne. Untuk Bapak Kunchoro, dipersilahkan naik ke atas.
Very good morning. Selamat pagi. But first of all, I would like to correct first. I'm not the ambassador yet. No, yeah, it's still far away. I have a good fortune that will be. On the way, ambassador. I mean, please send my regards to the ambassador in Canberra. Apologize for. Well, first of all, I would like also to join Professor Clark by starting acknowledging the traditional order of the land, and I would like also to pay my respect to the elders, past, present, and emerging. That is the greeting of downward, down south. Now the greeting of Indonesia said, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, rahayu, salam sehat semuanya. Now I'm very glad that I'm surrounded by my old best friends, but also I'm glad to know Professor Matthew Clark, my old friends, Professor Greg Spartan. Felix, do you have a chance to drink some wine later on?
I'm still waiting for my invitation.
All right. Professor Sharon Davis, of course, my colleagues at the college as well. Well, I'm truly honored and delighted with this opportunity to attend a very important international conference, a gathering of brilliant minds and diverse diasporas. Normally, I just gather with some other musicians, some other artists, but now I'm sitting down with you, just like making me nervous actually. But that is why allow me to extend my heartfelt appreciation to firstly Universitas Indonesia and then Deakin University. Of course, my dear colleague is the Indonesian Association of, and also the Indonesian Student Association of Deakin University. The framework is the Students Association of Victoria, and then they have Deakin University, they have Monash, they have everything here. So they are really very, very cooperative in a way. Now, the theme of this year conference, Democracy, Development, and Digital Culture, Building Resilience After the Pandemic, could not be timelier and more relevant. The world has witnessed unparalleled challenges over the past years. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has reshaped the way of our life, interact, and perceive our roles in rapidly changing world. The strategic situation of current world affairs presents complex and dynamic opportunities and challenges. While on the other side, the digital revolutions has opened up new frontiers for human progresses and connectivity. It has also exposed vulnerabilities and risks that transcends borders. It is therefore crucial that we come together to deliberate on the multiple implications of this new reality and explore innovative ways to build and adapt to evolving global landscape. For this, the Indonesian government is fully committed to addressing these global challenges and contributing to global peace, stability, and sustainable development. I do recall the statement of Indonesian Foreign Minister, Minister Retno Marsudi, during her remarks at the opening ceremony of Indonesian Art and Culture Scholarship on 5th of June this year. It quotes, "No country can address global challenges alone. Global problems require global solution. Indonesians understand very well the importance of cooperation against common challenges. Gotong royong, as we call it. It is a cooperation. It is not only local wisdom, but also our way of life." Now, allow me to conclude my remarks. The importance of this conference cannot be overstated. It serves a beacon of knowledge and a tangible embodiment of people-to-people contact. Indonesia, Australia, Indonesia, New Zealand, and some other countries, of course. Let us approach this conference with a spirit of openness, curiosity, and gotong royong, or cooperations. Together, we can create a shared vision for a post-pandemic world that upholds democratic values, embraces digital innovation, practices inclusive development. May the conference be a success. Terima kasih. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Sir Kunchoro. There were excellent remarks from various amazing people. And now we will have keynote speech from Professor Dr. Fedi Hadis from the University of Melbourne. Let us welcome Dr. Fedi.
Terima kasih Bapak Kuncoro. Dan sekarang kita akan mendengarkan keynote speech dari Profesor Dr. Fedi Hadis dari University of Melbourne. Mari kita sambut Dr. Fedi.
Do I need a microphone? No, okay. So there are many signs of different institutions there, but I think I will limit myself to thanking SSGS for inviting me here, and the Deakin University, and specifically the Alfred Deakin Institute. So Professor Clark, who has just left the room, I think, and my old friend Greg, Pak Najib at the Indonesian Embassy in Canberra, and various friends and colleagues, some of whom I am still able to recognize, given the fact that my senility has only sort of grown a little bit over the last few years because of COVID. But to provide a few words, officially a keynote address. So I'll try to do my best to maybe stimulate some discussion or some areas of discussion that may be incorporated to the various matters that you've already sort of put into your schedule. So if I read the terms of reference for this conference, there is a list of global problems that we are facing as all right. So these include, if I remember correctly, I'm not reading from notes here, so you're not that. That there's geostrategic issues, right? So the South China Sea issue was mentioned, the Ukraine-Russian war was mentioned, and then there were issues of environmental degradation and climate change, which of course is really important, issues of global pandemics, not just the one that we are currently experiencing, actually, because there are possibilities of future pandemics occurring in the world, unfortunately, and the crisis of democracies, including in the established democratic countries. All of these directly, at least indirectly, but I think directly, affect the lives of Indonesians. Yeah, whether we are aware of it or not, whether we recognize it or not, all of these problems are intertwined with the problems that we face as a nation. I'm speaking as an Indonesian national here. And to the list of problems that were identified there, one can easily add the matter of global inequalities, which growing at a pace which in modern times has been quite unprecedented. So I was just looking through a report from 2022 written by a team that included Professor Thomas Pilchetti, in which it says that of the world's population control 76% of the wealth, and that the bottom 50% of the world's population control just 2% of the wealth. A few years ago, the World Bank came out with a report in which it was stated that in Indonesia, the land of Pancasila, 1% of Indonesians control close to 50% of the wealth. Keadilan sosial untuk seluruh masyarakat Indonesia. It does not accord with that ideal whatsoever, in my opinion. Okay, and these are issues that will affect everything. I mean, when the pandemic struck, we saw the most marginal peoples, not just in Indonesia, but across the world, who suffered the most. It was the rich who could, have access to the vaccines, access to the best healthcare and so on, who could support themselves, not go to work, stay at home, work, who survived. People who had to toil in the streets and so on, well, they're the ones who caught the virus. So again, all of these things are intertwined, and they affect our lives as Indonesians. Now, a lot of you, well, most of you, or all of you know that next year we are having general elections and presidential elections in Indonesia. Again, as an Indonesian national, I am glad and heartened that all of our presidential candidates and prospective vice presidential candidates have come up with some really great ideas on how to deal with how these issues affect Indonesians. Of course, I'm only joking there. I've not heard a word from any of these candidates about any of these issues. What I have been, as far as I've been following in the news and through colleagues and friends in Indonesia, what's been happening is the usual game of horse trading between the political parties, different candidates to match up with each other depending on poll results and prospective poll predictions, and political parties deciding who they will sleep with this time around. Nothing to do with issues, nothing to do with policies, nothing to do with fundamental problems that have been identified in this conference. And I think that is really troublesome, and that is really worrying, and has to do with what was identified with crisis, the democracy. I've written myself about Indonesian democracy, and I'm not going to rehash it because I'm bored with my own writings. But it is a reflection of that. So, for those of us in this room, academics, intellectuals, and so on, really, I think we have a job, and it's a hard job. The hard job really is to not be sucked in by this ridiculous artificial discourse that is perpetuated by the media as well, and the social media. And we were talking about digital technology and so on and so forth. Well, I happen to have a student working on, the issue of armies, of buzzers, and so on, that are used not just in Indonesia, but in American elections, Australian elections, whatever. And these, and what they do is they produce misinformation, they produce things that develop artificial polarization in society and make it difficult really to secara gotong royong and democratically deal with common problems. So it is really, not a small task that we have. First of all, to not get sucked in. Secondly, to actually analyze what is really there, and not the rubbish discourse that's around. Third, to reveal what we see through our analysis. And four, through that process, then impose a higher standard of politics to our leaders and politicians. I really hope that the people in this room will participate in this really important endeavor, over the next, 6 months or whatever, 1 year, and to make sure that the next Indonesian elections will not just be a boring game of elite politics, but something that will be more substantive and will help the nation in trying to deal with the fundamental issues that have been identified by the writers of the terms of reference of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the excellent speech, Dr. Fedi. And now we will have the keynote speech from the Professor Dr. Greg Barden. To Dr. Greg, the stage is yours.
Terima kasih Dr. Fedi untuk sambutannya. Terakhir akan ada sambutan dari Profesor Dr. Greg Barden. Untuk Profesor Dr. Greg Barden, waktu dan tempat kami persilahkan.
Assalamualaikum. Selamat siang. Thank you very much for the honor and the privilege of speaking today. It's a challenge to speak to such a diverse range of researchers, so I'm going to pick up what Prof. Fedi was doing and be provocative. I think Professor Atto and Professor Fedi have made it very clear what the themes are, so I'll try and break them down in a broad way. So boldly going where I have no great expertise to generalize and speculate, but I hope that it's useful because we do have a broad range of topics we're discussing, and I do think we have to think globally and strategically beyond the fields we work in. And you'll see from my comments that I'm very much echoing what Fedi was saying, that we have a moral responsibility as social scientists. We can't directly change politics. Maybe sometimes some of you will in future serve in political positions, and that's a good thing. But we do have a moral imperative to speak up and speak truth to power, and particularly the issues that we're working on, which are not necessarily popular moves. I mean, people often get into trouble for speaking against the grain of whatever the day is in whichever country. But we face such important challenges, we need to be doing this. So let me repeat the acknowledgement that we are on the land of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and they never ceded their land. It was taken from them. But we now live side by side. We're going to an important referendum later this year in Australia to formally recognise the First Nations people of this country and to put in place a formal constitutionally recognised voice. That's an interesting discussion itself. We can come back to perhaps in our conversations. But we recognise their elders past, present, and their emerging elders, and thank them for bearing with us when we have treated them so badly. So, as we've been noting, we live in interesting times. The old, reputedly the Chinese proverb that we live in interesting times. Ironic that it's a Chinese proverb, if that's indeed the case. Of course, at any point in history, we might make the claim that things are changing fast and that we don't know what's happening. But this is a particularly pivotal point in human history in terms of the rate of globalization, the rate of change, and the challenges that are upon us. And obviously, we can't even agree on the past, much less predict the future. But we can generally see the underlying trends, and we can work out what is likely to be happening. And so that's what we're speaking to these 2 days. I think to return to what we made earlier, we have a moral responsibility to what we understand to be happening and what we think the consequences are. We can't necessarily force people to respond to those consequences, but if we keep quiet, as we fear it may be a good career move, then that's not really the job. One interesting papers that's important. It's not the end of it. When we finally are farewelled from this earth and a tombstone is put up, I don't think they'll have a Google Scholar QR code, although some people do that apparently, because that really won't make a lot of difference. Only if what we've written, what we've said and done influences the way we think about the issues and stimulates and provokes response to problems. So it's a serious responsibility. It seems a bit grand for academics to be claiming any importance in the world. The reality is actually we can make a difference, not as much as we'd like, but it's up to us to not just be idle and think that we're just doing academic stuff for ourselves and for our careers. We are living in this sort of transformative time. Also, I think arguably than any other point, we can see from year to year how quickly things are changing. Some things for the better, some things, lots of things that require us to make responses. Yeah, I'm not saying that 6 is a magic number or that there aren't other mega trends. Probably you can think of some, but it occurred to me, thinking of our conference themes, thinking of the work that's at UI, and what we're discussing these 2 days, these 6 themes stand out. So the first mega trend has been referred to already. We're living in an age of pandemics plural, because what happened through COVID-19, as we commented, it was in many ways the worst pandemic for the globe as a whole, as opposed to individual countries, in 100 years since the Spanish flu. But the sense that this was expected, that it was coming, people were surprised by COVID-19, but it was actually expected. And fortunately, there was preparation work done in advance. That's why we had vaccines, because people had prepared for a novel coronavirus to emerge, and one particular one did emerge, and therefore they'd done a lot of the groundwork for vaccines ahead of time. And that's a reminder that academic research can make a difference. We are almost certainly going to see other pandemics over the next decade or two. Part of it's because of the way we've treated the planet and the transmission of zoonotic viruses from animals as we sort of degrade the environment. We have to face up to this reality to try and do better, but also prepare for what's coming. As Vedi was saying, it's the poor that get left behind with pandemics. They're the guys delivering food and making things run and keeping us alive, and they're the ones who are exposed. We didn't serve the poor well these last couple of years. We need to make sure that next time something happens, we're in a much better position. And clearly, we'll talk about climate change, but that's exacerbating what's happening on the pandemic front. So I think there's some really important lessons to be learned. I think Vedi would agree with me as a political scientist. If we'd had a conversation 3 years ago, let's say a conference, about what to expect with a COVID-19 pandemic and which democracies or other systems of government will handle this better, which countries have better governance and better policy. I think, as time went on, we were going through this exercise, it was clear that we were wrong. Countries that we thought would do well did badly. Countries we didn't have much hope could handle things well often surprised us. I won't go into the details, but lots of twists and turns. I'm really glad that Southeast Asia was not as badly hit by the pandemic as it could have been. And I think some credit is due to responses in terms of masking and social distancing. And unfortunately, lockdowns are controversial, but some really tough decisions were taken, particularly by countries who didn't have really strong healthcare systems and therefore couldn't deal with a surge of infections. Indonesia, I think certainly things didn't go as well as we hoped, but things could have been very much worse. Philippines, things could have been very much worse. Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, it's a one-party communist state, not the ideal system of government, but it actually did the job when it came to pandemic response for the most part. Countries like Japan and South Korea, I guess we're less surprised because they have a history of paying attention to things like masking, but all around the world, we saw quite surprising responses. And of course, one of the bigger responses was the extent to which rich democracies like the United States of America did so badly. When I say so badly, I'm not saying people didn't work hard and there wasn't good work done, but hundreds of thousands of lives were lost that could have been saved. And that's life and death difference. And in part, the reason that happened was because of toxic politics. So there's a connection between politics and life and death, and not just in terms of war, but in terms of how we respond to things like health emergencies. And one of the really fatal elements in that mix was misinformation and disinformation. So the story, but basically one side of politics really doubled down on undermining trust in science, undermining trust particularly in epidemiology, immunology, but also undermining trust in the media. Fake news. That's really destructive. I mean, it might help you win an election, but it's really, really destructive. It eats away at the fabric of society. And it's not limited to the United States and not limited to Donald or Ron DeSantis. We're battling with it. So a failure of politics came at a very high price, and we need to face that. Second mega trend, we are living in period of transformed global security. Now, I know that we've had world wars, we've had the Cold War, we've had all sorts of disruptions. So why is this different? Well, I don't think we ever really got into the Cold War. We missed opportunities to do what we could have done better. One area of the last couple of decades that we've made a lot of mistakes is the so-called global war on terror, using military means to respond to terrorism, which by and large has just made things worse. I think there's good work done in this space with civil society, and even with the Indonesian police, particularly deserve credit for doing a much better job in responding to this very resilient threat than might have been expected. But the idea of using military force to make things better in Afghanistan or Iraq, well, we know what happened there. The results were disastrous. And I think that's a reminder, this is the area that we are focusing on in our work. And if we don't pay attention to thinking through the consequences and speak up when we have a chance, then we're not doing our job. One of the areas that things are really challenged and being transformed at the moment, of course, is with respect to Russia and the war in Ukraine. It's a tragic and tragically unnecessary situation. We need to get along as communities of nations. We need to respect each other despite differences. But we have a situation where under Vladimir Putin over the last 20 years, particularly over the last 10 years, Russia is no longer a normal country. Doesn't enjoy the trust of its neighbors. It still has, for legacy reasons, roles like UN Security Council, but there is trust and the respect. Relations have broken down, and that's really tragic for everyone, including particularly the people of Russia. And there's a big difference you will notice between the way the global North sees and the global South. So the global South is generally less, I think if you're a Russian plutocrat, you're not really welcome in Europe. But go to the UAE and you'll probably find that you've got a place to park your yacht and to kick back and relax without too much trouble. India is still buying Russian oil and gas quite, I don't know happily, but it's, uninterrupted. We saw some interesting discussions at the G20 in Bali late last year. But I think the problems also are impacting on the global South. So particularly the production of wheat. We've just had terrible news this week of bombing of Odessa and destruction of wheat shipments, and then now a threat to shipping across the Black Sea. That impacts on Africa. It impacts on Southeast Asia. It causes struggling to face even greater challenges. Everything is interconnected in this global world. One of the lessons too that's come through this changing geopolitics is, and I don't mean to make this simplistic, it's not simple at all, but the Kremlin propaganda line, and we are dealing very much with active disinformation, which is echoed by some of our colleagues in the West as well. Tempted to name names, but some people in politics simply repeat the lines of the Kremlin. But the general thesis was the West has grown morally bankrupt, it's grown weak, and it's lacking moral fibre to work together and to stand up. And then, of course, there's another whole argument about expansion of NATO provoking a Russian response. Not time to go into that now, but a lot of this is just silly and can factually easily disprovable. One thing that is interesting is that because of the response of the Ukrainian people, they've actually shown they're not lacking moral fibre. They're standing up very courageously. Surprisingly, a nation of people fighting back a country 3 times the size and with much larger military machine. And the European Union and NATO, we had a conversation 3 years ago at a conference about the European Union and NATO and what's the advantage of global architecture? Does these things make any difference? Tempting to say, well, no. I mean, EU kind of but what does it do? What's the good? UN was sort of after the Second World War, what's it doing now? Turns out actually makes a real difference. I would argue that the success of Ukraine has consequences way beyond Ukraine. It determines whether a nations of aggression like Russia will get away with this and be rewarded, or whether there's a lesson to the world. European democracy was in trouble before the most recent Russian invasion of Ukraine. And of course, there was an invasion 8 years ago. But if Ukraine fails to prevail, it'll impact on European democracy further. It'll reinforce this idea that might is right, but the strong man rules. That if you take the move, you can get away with it. And of course, what concerned us in our region particularly is Xi Jinping's China. And long story short, the last thing that anyone wants is a war that starts over the Taiwan Straits. Quite likely, something could start with a blockade, a sort of economic blockade, putting pressure on the government in Taipei. No intention of war, but something like that starts with no intention of war, no desire for war, can end up in war, and that war can cascade out of control very quickly. The 20th century has lots of reminders of how wars start and how they end. Should a war start with China, it would be much worse than what's happened with Russia and Ukraine. And the worst case scenario, of course, the worst case scenario involves nuclear weapons. It's not worth thinking about. So obviously, this is unthinkable, so we have to think about it to try and prevent it, to try and avoid it. And this is not a question of being anti-China, certainly not anti the people of China. China is in a strange position now where it has one leader who has unaccountable power, more power than Mao Zedong, in a country that's much more powerful than Mao's China. And there's no checks and balances. There's no different factions around him to say, look, sir, what about this position? It's a really dangerous position to be in. It risks China and risks the world. Of course, China is facing its own challenges with an economic slowdown and all sorts of issues. And the people of China, just like the rest of us, don't like a government that surveils intensely and limits security and, basically can throw you in jail and on charges that you have no chance of defending yourself against. It undermines confidence, which is why so much Chinese capital flows out of China and people try and go somewhere else. So at the end of the day, the thing that we absolutely want to avoid is war with China, and that means a couple of paradoxical things. It means much more engagement with China, but it also means military preparedness on the other side to try and make anyone who's asking themselves the question, is this year the time we move across the Taiwan Straits and do something, answer themselves that no, let's wait for a while, it's too uncertain. And so deterrence. Third megatrend is the climate crisis, which is all around us. You don't see it in Melbourne this week in July. It's pleasant here, but look at the news coming from Europe. Wildfires across Canada, across Europe, in wet temperate forests that historically rarely burned. Islands like the island of Rhodes, with tourists sort of being taken off the beach because of raging forest fires in places that didn't have these. Australia has a history of forest fire, but that's not the case for many parts of the Northern Hemisphere that are currently burning. We've got a record low in Arctic sea ice, which we're told feeds into a feedback mechanism, more dark sea exposed, more sunlight, heat energy absorbed, more warming of water. There's concerns about global ocean temperatures around the Earth's globes, slowdowns of currents, impacts on energy into the atmosphere with intense rain, with flooding, but also with prolonged drought. So the Horn of Africa hasn't had a normal wet season for 5 years. I mean, I could go on and on, you know the story, but basically there's two things that come out of this that we are inescapable. One is that we have to try and do our best to limit the damage that's being done, so to decarbonize, to electrify, and a lot of the discussions in the presentations this 2 days will be speaking about such things. The other, at the same time, is we have to prepare for mitigation, because we can't stop the climate crisis completely. We can limit how bad it becomes, but we can also limit its impact by how we prepare to respond. So work in agriculture and fisheries and urban planning and everything else is really important if we're to be part of the problem. It seems hopeless, but it's not as hopeless. Well, I don't think dropping into despair helps us, right? It's not a solution. We're not going to come up with the right answers if we just give up, though it's tempting sometimes. And we are seeing some pressures that are turning things around in terms of market responses. People want to do the right thing. Everyone cares about their children and their grandchildren. This is actually something which will be in our lifetimes in the next decade. but certainly in the lives of our children and their children, the children after them. And I don't think anyone wants to see a bad future for them. A fourth mega trend, oddly enough, is a global population inflection. In other words, we're in a planet of 8 billion people. We'll probably go to 10 billion people. But over the rest of this century, the Earth's population will begin to shrink. I mean, when I say begin to shrink, it's globally growing, but in many countries it's shrinking already. So Northern Europe, populations are shrinking, populations are getting older. Northeast Asia, I mean, China has just reached a point where its population is shrinking. China now has 1.4 billion people, but it by many projections might be as little as 800 million people by the end of the century. That's a big shift. Now, in general, that's a good thing. Is because of population, and it's good to see that growth in population plateauing and beginning to reverse. That's globally a good thing, but it's a question of how we handle it, right? So if you've had drought, having rain is good. But if you had drought, then you have such intense rain, you have floods, then it's just compounds a disaster. So it's managing that transition. The fact that the number of births in China last year was a half of the previous year shows not that this is surprising that it's happening, but it's surprising how quickly it's happening. And the impact on the Chinese economy is tremendous in terms of the size of their workforce and what they can do in terms of productivity. In Southeast Asia, of course, we have a bit more time. There's a lag in Southeast Asia, but Indonesia has as they say, a demographic window of opportunity at the moment to benefit from a young population. But that won't be there forever. Give it another 10 years, it begins to close. Give it 20 years and it's closed. That demographic window is closed. So if we don't do a good job of educating the youth of this generation, the next generation, then we lose that opportunity. An educated youth can transform Indonesia, can transform Southeast Asia. Miss that opportunity, we just end up with problems. And Africa, Africa has the same population as India, or the same population as China, but of course it's a continent of many nations, 1.4 billion people, and it's on track to probably have a population of at least 2 billion. I mean, current growth rates in many African countries, Nigeria, for example, is set to top out at 400 million. Earlier projections had it going to 1 billion. It's getting to tailor off, so it probably won't happen that way. But Africa is going to go through a period of decades where population grows really quickly, and yet Africa, of all continents, struggles particularly with poor governance. And there are some nations that are doing really well, but there are many African nations that are really struggling. And we see that reflected in refugee flows across the Mediterranean, that people are living desperate circumstances and going through desperate conditions, many losing their lives along the way. Obviously, it's to everyone's benefit to help Africa, to help the youth of Africa for their own sake, but for our sake, because if they have a good future over the next few decades, there's less push to move, and this continent can reach its potential. But we are going to be facing an age of mass migrations. That's a reality. Mass migrations for many reasons, but the growing climate crisis, if predictions occur as they appear to be occurring, and probably faster than we dared think about in countries like Bangladesh, rising sea level waters, intense storms, then people are going to have to move because they have no choice. It just is forced upon them. It's you can put up fences, but people are desperate. Southeast Asia is particularly vulnerable to rising sea level and to climate change impacts in general. If anyone's seen flooding in northern Jakarta, you know about that, but that's just the beginning of problems. So this is a challenge. Like all challenges, it's not to say it's necessarily without opportunities to do some good things, but we need to be prepared for it. A fifth megatrend that Ato mentioned earlier is the digital transformation. Depending how old you are, I think most of you are well younger than I am, but I can remember living in an analog world. I can remember the beginning of a digital world. And then in the last 15 years, we've gone from semi-analog, semi-digital to completely digital, right? So everything we do is now digitized, which, it's brought lots of benefits, but lots of problems as well. It doesn't seem that long ago that the internet was a new thing. And now we are struggling with the impact of social media and the fact that we're consuming it on handheld devices. that set up with algorithms to drag our attention in. It's designed that way. Sometimes it does a lot of good things, but often it does stuff that is really detrimental to our mental health, but also to our information flows, going back to the COVID pandemic and people's doubts about vaccination and doubts about lots of things and doubts about science, doubts about the media. It's exacerbated by the digital transformation. Of course, one of the current challenges we're facing just this year, I can't recall we talked about it last year at all, really. I guess the launch of ChatGPT made us think about it, but generative AI, suddenly, it's interesting, right? But if you're in a university and your model of assessment is you get students to write essays and you assess them, and then we've always had a problem with contract cheating and people paying for essays to be written. Not all bad. I can remember one of my friends who went through university paying his way from a poor family because he wrote essays for other students. So I can understand that. I won't say the university or the friend, but nevertheless, in terms of as educators, we are concerned. We want students to learn well. We want to assess them fairly. We can't use the models we've used in the past. But we're going to have to do things differently. On the other hand, we can teach them how to use these tools, if we can learn them ourselves first, in ways that will transform their productivity and allow them to get on to do really interesting things rather than doing drudge work. I don't know how many of you do long arithmetic or calculations in your head. I open up my phone and open up my calculator and do it. There's some downside with that, but actually, I don't think we want to go back to using, slide rules and log tables and things. We're happy to have digital technology helping us with basic stuff. The trick now is to figure out how we can get it to help us with basic stuff when it comes to complex information systems that doesn't actually cede control. And of course, one thing we have to recognize is that if we're thinking about this because we have genuine concern as researchers, as educators, there are people out there who look at every new technology in terms of how can I make money? How can I scam? How can I speed up what I'm doing? How can I, get more people to respond to my provocative posts or my emails? If people have fallen into trouble with things like e-romance scams, talking to somebody online they thought was somebody who they turn out not to be, and we know from what investigators tell us, people often have struggled to believe that the person they thought was their friend is actually not a real person. Imagine what happens when those people start using generative AI and chatbots to speed up their work. And of course, for democracy, there's just tremendous challenges that we need to think about. And that brings me to the final megatrend I want to speak about, and that's democracy versus populism. This is really hard to read, and we could entertain each other. Let's say Professor Letty and I could entertain each other for the rest of the day, possibly slightly interest you, or possibly very likely completely bore you on debating about which way democracy is going. I think we basically agree. It's just a question of how bad and where is it going bad and what can we do. So between despair and somewhat hopefulness, it's really hard to work out, is democracy around the world, in Indonesia, for example, is it 2 steps forwards and 1 step backwards? If that's the case, that's okay. We're still going forwards, right? And Indonesia, I believe, is still going forwards. But the rate of forward progress has slowed, and it could stall and it could go backwards. So much depends on individual leaders. It's not just individual leaders. Arguably, the parliament was given more power than it was ready to responsibly exercise. So we have a legislature. I remember when Gustur said that the DPR was Taman Kanak-Kanak, and people really were upset with him for saying that. But actually, no one says anymore that was a silly statement. It now looks entirely reasonable to accuse Parliament of being a kindergarten, because so much of behaviour has just not been what you'd hope. But we set up a system that gave a lot of power to that parliamentary system. And then we have a lot of power vested in the executive. The checks and balances are not ideal. We have good leaders, we have good results, but there's a lot in balance there. And this is not just, I'm not talking about just Indonesia or Australia or America. America, by the way, could really throw us into a great degree of problem, because if Donald Trump's team gets into office again next year, they've said they want to rewrite American democratic rules so that they will change the way things work. Now, first of all, they may not get into power, and secondly, if they got into power, they would probably struggle with some of the changes, but we We thought when Donald Trump became president that the guardrails of tradition would keep us safe. Turns out that isn't the case. It wasn't the case. So we are living in difficult times. And I don't think it helps, as with respect to climate change, to lapse into despair and to give up and to walk away. We can't afford to make that response. And for every bit of disappointing news, we hear good news about civil society, about groups that are working hard to try and make a difference and having some limited success. It's a constant struggle back and forth, but it's a struggle that we really have to pay attention to. So politics matters. I think that's, well, I'm a political scientist, so I would say that, but it's true. I mean, it can literally be a life and death matter, as I said with the pandemic. It's driven by this sixth megatrend, and it's driven by the other five. We don't know exactly what's going to happen, but we do know that it's important. So we have a responsibility, as I said at the outset. It's interesting as a researcher to be living in interesting times. And we like to write stuff and have people notice it. But we have a responsibility about what we do. Finally, we can make a difference. I'm not saying we can save the world, but we can make a difference. And it's irresponsible to give up and say, I'm not going to try. I won't say that thing because it's unpopular and people won't like me and my dean will be upset with me. Responsibility to speak truth to power. And particularly when it's something where we've researched and we've got data, we need to say, look, this thing is not good. This minister said this thing is working, but actually what I'm seeing is it's not working. So there's a whole lot of provocation and problems for you to think about. But I only offer this provocation because I'm confident that we have a group of people in our conference team and also the students we teach who can make a difference and will make a difference. So thank you.
Thank you for the amazing speech, Dr. Greg. The next agenda is handing over of the momentous from Universitas Indonesia to Dr. Fedi and Dr. Greg. First author, Dr. Fedi and Dr. Greg, please take the stand.
Terima kasih Dr. Greg atas sambutannya. Akan ada pemberian kenang-kenangan dari Universitas Indonesia untuk Dr. Fedi dan Dr. Greg.
Thank you, Sir Arthur, Dr. Fedi, and Dr. Greg. We will now have a short lunch break. Please make your way to the foyer outside.
Terima kasih untuk Dr. Fedi, Dr. Greg, dan juga Dr. Arthur. Sekarang kami akan ada istirahat makan siang. Untuk tamu yang datang hari ini, dipersilakan pergi ke foyer di luar untuk menikmati snacks yang ada di luar. Terima kasih.
adalah Indonesia, negeri yang dianugerahi tanah yang subur, dikelola oleh tangan-tangan anak bangsa. Kami berjalan bersama Presiden Jokowi dan Menteri BUMN Erick Thohir.
Pupuk berperan strategis terhadap ketahanan pangan.
Mengembangkan berbagai inovasi dan bertransformasi bersama Pupuk Indonesia, menjaga ketahanan pangan bangsa, dan menghasilkan senyum untuk bangsa. Pupuk Indonesia, makmur bersama Indonesia.
For many years, Universitas Indonesia has been recognized as a world-leading and globally respected research university. Universitas Indonesia continues to pursue the highest achievements in terms of innovation, development, and novelty in science. Universitas Indonesia has 3 study clusters with 14 faculties, 2 postgraduate programs, and a vocational education program. During the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 to early 2022, Universitas Indonesia has established a health-promoting university program that enables student involvement in controlling and promoting health to their cohorts. Universitas Indonesia has succeeded in becoming the best campus in Indonesia and keeps pushing itself constantly to be in the high rankings of world universities. In addition, Universitas Indonesia has conducted research collaborations with many institutions, foreign partners, and universities. In 2021, more than 2,000 Universitas Indonesia students participated in student exchange programs abroad, as well as more than 1,000 inbound students studying at Universitas Indonesia. Not only students, but lecturers also go on inbound and outbound teaching visits. More than 800 lecturers teach at other campuses abroad.
Universitas Indonesia actively collaborates with many world-renowned universities and several education and research associations,
as well as collaborations with faculty networks.
To get higher chance for you to win the competitions, you must develop your own personal capabilities beyond your academic qualifications.
Being a UI graduate brings a lot of opportunities for me since I was shaped by great lecturers, friends, seniors, and organizational experiences, both academically and socially, which I'm really thankful for.
Green Metric, one of Universitas Indonesia's innovations that has been widely recognized internationally as the world's first university ranking based on a high commitment to manage the campus environment.
Universitas Indonesia needs to build constructive interactions between departments based on the principles of togetherness, transparency, accountability, responsibility, independence, and fairness. The essence of the university's social responsibility is how we address through teaching, research, and public affairs participation so that we can become a place of hope for future development. In addition, how does Universitas Indonesia makes a real contribution to the government through in-depth analysis related to strategic issues and national policies?
Innovation and entrepreneurship are important components of Universitas Indonesia's intellectual ecosystem.
In our engineering labs, we not only conduct research, we also innovate in areas including but not limited to medical instruments, scientifically advanced designs, and electric vehicles. The process begins when University of Indonesia academics identify a problem and come up with a solution. University of Indonesia academics, who come from different fields of study, seek solutions through various research materials, research and creative innovation, until we find a solution to make an impact on society. We have built a startup culture over the past few years that inspires academics to have a problem-solving approach.
And for more than a decade, we have been working hand in hand with government, state-owned enterprises, and private enterprises in empowering small medium-scale business sector and entrepreneurship development as a part of Sustainable Development Goal.
We learn, we do research,
we innovate,
and now we are transforming.
That would be nice.
Universitas Indonesia, towards an entrepreneurial university.
Don't worry that. Because last time Jordan King, so our friend from yeah.
Never fail. Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. Before we start our first panel session, we would like to thank Mr. Muhammad Education and Culture in Indonesia Embassy in Canberra for attending this event conference. To the moderator, Lian Kali from Deakin University.
Selamat datang pada hadirin. Sebelum kita memulai panel pertama, kami ingin berterima kasih kepada Bapak Muhammad Najib, Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan Indonesia di Canberra, telah datang ke acara conference ini. Untuk memulai acara hari ini, kami akan lempar ke moderator, yaitu Lian Kali dari Deakin University. Silahkan.
Hello, everybody. Assalamualaikum.
Hello.
So we have two of our presenters today who are off sick. So who we have today is Yon Mahmoudi and Narko Kumagai, who is online with us today, hopefully, and James Oki. And we'll start with Yon, if you want to give us your presentation. And the theme is the quest of democracy and development in the contemporary global strategic issues. Yeah, so Yon's just going to speak to us from the podium and then come back, and then we'll have all the other presenters and then have a bit of a panel discussion as well. And because we're missing two presenters, we'll have a bit of extra time for Q&A. So please just hold your questions to the end and we'll have a big discussion then. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is a very good opportunity for me to talk about the global issue, in particular when we talk about the democracy, development, and also democracy. So I'm trying to focusing on the current situation issues in the Middle East, because I'm come from the Department of the Middle East and Islamic Studies. So my presentation actually about the US China in the Middle East, peace, stability, and prosperity, and also the question of the future of the democracy in that region. But of course, I'm going to focusing on the current situation. Before I start my presentation, let me introduce myself. My name is Yon Mahmoudi. I am head of the postgraduate program, Middle East and Islamic Studies, School of Strategic and Global Studies. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start my presentation. Actually, I'm going to see the timeline history, the present involvement of the US in the Middle East, and also how its presence in the Middle East can change and also impact the Middle East right now. Then about the objective, narrative, long-term goal of the US, why the Middle East, the shifting priority. Then I'm going to talk about the coming of the China in the Middle East. Then the last will be future outlook and policy implication. Of course, I want to thanks and give credit to my student PhD program, School of Strategic and Global Studies, who also helped to develop this kind of the presentation, because this part of the presentation actually come part of our discussion in the class when we talk about the cooperation and diplomacy in the Middle East. The origin of the US policy and economic involvement in the Middle East, particularly with the regard to the oil, date back to 1928 with the signing of the Red Line Agreement. So till now, each administration in the US has inherited the diplomatic baggage that has continued to accumulate since the FDR, Franklin. So there is nothing changed actually from the beginning till now. But the current situation we see, particularly after the pandemic, because the issue of the pandemic also very important to see what really happened in the Middle East. For instance, we just after the pandemic, immediately we see the signing of the normalization between the UAE, United Arab Emirates, with the Israel, and we also see the rivalry between the Iran and Saudi. But immediately we understand that not too far from now, there is also a signing understanding between the Iran and the Saudi that we could not imagine before, that two countries can have a kind of cooperation after long rivalry between two the country. And I think a week ago there is kind of warning when the Prince of Mohammed bin Salman said to his colleagues from the UAE that he want to make the United Arab Emirates suffer because of another problem. But both two countries have very strong ally in the Middle East. But then immediately there is kind of change that the Saudi want to make the Emirates like the Qatar before. So This is also, I think, about the development progress in Saudi that already changed. The Saudi have 2030 vision in terms of the diversification of the energy and other things, but Emirate, I think, has gone before the Saudi. The Emirate already developed the tourism, already developed the flights, direct flight as the hub for the Middle East. And when the relation between the Saudi and US, in terms of the position of the poor relation, the relation in contrast, the relation of the UAE and US become stronger. So in the language of the MBS, he said that MBS and MBZ, Muhammad bin Zaid, kind in Indonesia a term like to kill from the behind, membunuh dari belakang, or we do something from the behind, and of course MBS not happy with the policy of United Arab. So this is also of course the situation what we need to understand. So we talk about the narrative, the presence of the US in the Middle East. Of course, the Middle East is inexorably tied to the American interest in realm of the energy security. So given that this economic ties since the oil funding in the Saudi since 1938. So as I mentioned, its successive administration, from the FDR, Obama, and the Biden right now knew and understood well the consequences of the involvement in the Middle East for energy purposes. So how they can develop and maintain their interest? The narrative is first, of course, the global war on terrorism. But when the US administration, the Biden, announced the withdrawal from the Afghanistan, he said that we already finished our war on terrorism. So, but the question is that, is this the success or the failure of the US in terms of the global war on terror of the 21st century, both in policy and practice? So there is kind of three-dimension spectrum of influence. First, about the diplomacy, defense, and development that involve first the Department of State, Department of Defense, and the United Agency for International Development. Of course, the long-term, American long-term goal to the region is for economic, the military, the heavy military approach to fighting the terrorism, spreading economic democratic value. But we need to question how to implement the democratic values in the Middle East, since the Middle East considered to be exceptionalism in terms of the democratic. So the implementation, the promotion of the democracy in Middle East, of course, is very discriminative things, very selective. Which country can be applied the democratic and which country is not. In particular, the country, the rich oil exporting country with the monarchy system and have very strong relation to the US, we see that the democracy is absent. But this kind of irony in terms of how spreading democratic values. The content of course, violent non-state actor while trying to maintain some facade of stability. So I think the issue of the stability, peace, and prosperity is more unstable than the issue of the democracy if we talk about the Middle East. So the economy, wealth, geopolitical influence, and natural resources of the region. We can see rising income and population in the Middle East region and North Africa, of course, will foster strong demand for livestock products, leading the Middle East and Africa to account for more than half of the growth in the world's gross grain import through 2026. So in this picture, we see, despite the war on terrorism, we see that so many US Green Council's representative operate in the Middle East and North Africa in order to fulfill its mission of building market for the American grain. So we can also question about the shifting of the priority. There is a survey done by the Fosco 2022. The question is, do you believe that US is retrenching from the Middle East region? And here about 71 believe that US is retrenching from the region, will withdraw from the region. What is the most relevant drivers? First, we see the lack of the strategic outlays and resources, the lack of the strategic distribution or spending on the strategic and resources related to the strategic issue, and that make the political victory in the region is elusive. Many interventions of the US, but we see the few successes. Intervention in Iraq, Afghanistan, and other places, but the result is we see few successes. And the second is the driver is the blurred lines of human between the very blurry line between the, is it the human interest or national interest, or human or national security. And the third is hard military power alone couldn't solve the problems for the securitization of the greater Middle East region. When we see and know that the US mostly focusing on the military approach, hard power, rather than to the soft powers. So the stick, carrot and stick also applied very well. So many stick given to the enemy and few carrot also offer to them. And another also we consider the domestic politics in the US and also the military fatigue of the US that present in Middle East. And the fifth factor is the US offshore balancing and increase rely on the regional elite. And then we move to the US shifting political interest from Middle East to the Asia Pacific. So when the administration of the Biden said that we already finished our, we win the war on terrorism and withdraw from the Afghanistan, then our geopolitical interest is no longer in the Middle East, but then shift to the Asia Pacific in order to counter the China influence. But the reality is for the decade, I think the US already lack of the priority of the ASEAN countries. For instance, the ASEAN connectivity that during the Obama till the Trump and the Biden have not give enough priority to the ASEAN. When the meeting also the for instance the Obama and the last at the time was the Trump only send the lower administrative representative of the US, and this is disregard the ASEAN country. So we see actually the relation of the US in the ASEAN is not so strong, and but then now he have to break the relationship because of the shifting priority for the geopolitical interest. Then what happened in the Middle East? There is when the China come to the Middle East, the China Mao Zedong slogan is where the enemy advance, we retreat. Where the enemy retreat, we pursue. But this is, of course, in terms of the language of the conflict about the enemy. But in the future, probably we see that when not the enemy, when they come, we will hug for the cooperation. But we see this is also still very much related to the military approach rather than to the cooperation and diplomacy. The China in the Middle East, the China is expanding its relation with regional countries by avoiding taking side in various conflicts in the region. So it is different from the US approach when the US mainly try to intervene and determine what happened in the internal and domestic country in the Middle East. And so that many countries in the Middle East are interested in, for instance, China BRI project. Initially, before, I think, during the Cold War, during the Cold War in the Middle East, China and choose cooperation partner based on the ideological and the political consideration. But now, more issue on the geostrategic and also the interest of the China. But before, focusing on the country that share the same vision of the member of the Alliance movement, namely the rejection of the imperialism and the China's communist international goal. But now there is kind of change. And the new approach in international relations that I think suitable with the condition of Middle East right now is the 5 principles of the peaceful coexistence that offered by the China in the global arena. First, about the mutual respect for each other's integrity and territorial sovereignty. So this has become very interesting for the Middle East country and also Middle East leaders. Then the second is refrain from aggression toward each other. We see so many aggression happen in the Middle East. So the 5 principles of the refrain from aggression toward each other also become important interest, avoid any interference in each other's internal affair. We see that before, so many interference in each other, in Yemen case, Sudan and other things, the interference of the internal affair by other country also very high. Equality and cooperation for mutual benefit, this is also become very interesting for the Middle East partner, and of course about the peaceful coexistence. So we see how the peaceful coexistence they're trying to build between the Saudi and Iran, probably then the China also offer to give and solution for the Israelis and Israel and Palestinian issues, probably will change the situation in the regions, coexistence between Israel and Palestine, when before the issue of the Israel and Palestine mainly mediated and brokered by the US that has interest and give the side to the Israel rather than put in the position of the neutral. So the peaceful coexistence also very important. The last thing that I'm going to say about how the China soft power in the Middle East and North Africa right now so become the alternative. So there was a shift of state policy which was previously a low profile policy under the Deng Xiaoping, but by the sea held the new era that sees China move closer to the center stage and make the greater contribution to the humanity. This is language of the China. How the soft power already established, for instance, in Tehran, Iran, there is the metro system built by the China in the Haramain Mecca, the symbol of the Muslim, the Mecca and Medina. The China built the Haramain railway linkage to the Mecca and Medina infrastructure, the construction of the new capital of the Egypt, and the important also spread cultural exchanges through 23 Confucius Institute spread across the Middle East. So this is, I think, the huge program for the cultural. For instance, for the Indonesia is want to play the significant and great role in the Middle East to mediate the conflict. Our question is how many cultural center of Indonesia already established in that region. The China have the 23, but we Indonesian, I think, till now has no specific project priority in terms of to introducing our cultural things in that region. But we, of course, want to have very significant influence in that region. So the conclusion, I think, the hegemonic drawdown is very important. To me, it's not only to rely on one hegemonic country, that is the US. The United States should conduct its Middle East policy with light touch rather than heavy hand. Bearing a direct large-scale attack by the Middle East actor against US, stakeholders should be expected America to continue downsizing its hegemonic footprint in the region. So which no longer is integral to its economic prosperity and the global interest. The offshore balancer are the global power with strategic aspiration in the Middle East, such as Russia and China, should treat the current period as an opportunity. So as the slogan of the Zedong before that, when the enemy advance, we retreat. But when the enemy retreat, we pursue. But of course, in this situation, is how to give priority to the cooperation and diplomacy. So, of course, the future of the Middle East should rely on the cooperation and also diplomacy rather than hegemonic hard power in order to solve the problem of the Middle East, and its contribution to the global stability mainly rely on the actor of the Middle East itself rather than rely on to the outside actor. So probably will give opportunity to expand the regional influence through greater diplomatic, economic, and probably in the future we will see also the military engagement. But the problem is, will China experience or follow the valor of the United States in terms of the too much military engagement in Middle East? So I think that's all that I can bring to this discussion. Hopefully we can expand our discussion further in order, of course, to bring the prosperity, stability, and of course prosperity, then development of the democracy will prosper in the region, and also of course influence other regions, of course Indonesia too, in general terms. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thanks very much for that presentation, Associate Professor Mahmoudi. Our next speaker is Professor Kumagi, who is joining us from Zoom. So they'll have 20 minutes to speak. Please introduce yourself if you're online now, Professor Kumagi, and thank you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, but quite quiet.
Okay. I see. Okay, I see. Thank you very much. Share my screen slide. Thank you very much, first of all, for giving me this opportunity to participate in this great panel. And I'm very grateful for all the arrangements and preparation for this very important conference for all the organizers. Then today, I'd like to speak about the global challenges from Japan's point of view. And let me share my slide here now. Again, my name is Naoko Kumagai from Japan. I'm teaching in Tokyo and Kanagawa at Aoyama Gakuin University. Then today, I'd like to talk about short speech titled as Toward Sustainable Development and Democracy, Moderate and Indirect Approach of Japan's ODA. So I have basic questions or some viewpoints I'd like to pay attention to. First, I'd like to check the current status quo of democracy and development in the contemporary world. I think most of which has been already covered by the previous speeches and presentations, so I will make it quick. And secondly, I'd like to review Japan's international cooperation for democratization and development, with particular focus on Japan's ODA so far. And third, I'd like to review Japan's challenges and for the world's challenges for sustainable democratization and development. Let me start with the first question. What is like in the world about democratization, democracy, and development? Well, needless to say, we have a very more tense situations in terms of major power rivalry, namely America and China, and also now between Russia and the NATO members, and also more attention to geopolitics. Yes, ideology matters, but nowadays geopolitical concern, I mean, of course, with the war in Ukraine matters, and also in this Asian region, we have the issue of in South China Sea, and then from Japan's point of view, we also have the issue with China in terms of the East China Sea. And we also need to pay attention to the growing voices and divergence of the so-called global South. Nowadays, many more known countries which are emerging economies and then which are so-called developing countries making a remarkable growth. But at the same time, even if we categorize them either as G20 or other terms, we have to pay attention to the growing divergence among so-called economies and developing world. Particularly, if we pay attention to sub-Saharan Africa, many countries have double burdens in terms of energy and food security crisis, and also the impact of global warming and the impact of the war in Ukraine. And also we have the democracy in decline. And in terms of according to the report from the Freedom House, American NGO, we have been in a 16th years consecutively in terms of the decrease in the number of countries with democracy. And we also have challenges to multilateralism. Well, I think when we talk about these challenges to multilateralism, we tend to think about the issue of the America, particularly the Trump administration's behavior towards UNESCO or TPP. But we also have to think about the so-called democratic deficit towards regional and international organizations, which is seen in the phenomenon of Brexit in 2020. And then just yesterday, the day before yesterday, I got the news that the G20 Energy Ministerial meeting failed to make a joint declaration because of the sharp cleavage among the members in terms of the treatment of energy, particularly fossil energy. So there sure is challenge to multilateralism. And so overall, in terms of democracy and then challenge to multilateralism, we can't deny that there exist internal and international divisions. And in spite of such tensions among diverse actors, internally and externally, we commonly, face the challenges, these global challenges of climate change, food crisis, energy crisis, and then the challenge of AI and ChatGPT, which could be utilized in a positive way, but which could be one of the most serious threats to humankind. Some scholars said that ChatGPT could pose more challenge than nuclear weapons. Okay, then let me introduce the history of and the characteristics of Japan's ODA. Actually, Japan's ODA, let me just summarize the characteristics at this point as of 21st century. One of the characteristics is that no one left behind. Of course, this follows the SDG 17 goals, but Japan has had a very long history that each person could be cared. And since 2003, Japan put the principle of human security as one of the pillars of Japan's ODA. The meaning is that people live in dignity, freedom from fear and want, and through protection and empowerment. So as you can see from this term of empowerment, Japan's ODA tried to respect the opinions and values of locals, recipients, so that they should take care of themselves in their own manner for their own development and well-being. So Japan has supported for self-help and ownership. And this attitude also comes from the spirit of Japan's equal partner. This comes also partly from Japan's past historical lessons, particularly in the Asia region. Japan invaded during the wartime and then also committed countless of atrocities. And then as a lesson from that, as a part of the remorse of Japan, Japan has been very careful in terms of maintaining a status as an equal partner, which has been viewed in some distinctive Japanese diplomatic policy. For example, let me just show you the next slide. This is just for your information. After the war in which Japan defeated, Japan made reparations. The main Allied powers gave Japan a waiver of reparation. However, Japan had a bilateral treaty with mainly Southeast Asian countries, nations. And you see, in the above part, we have reparation bilateral treaty with the then Burma, the Philippines, and South Vietnam, Indonesia. But later on, also, we had the so-called quasi-reparations in the form of economic cooperation and technical cooperation agreement with Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, Burma, Malaysia, Singapore, Republic of Korea, and then Micronesia. So, and then these quasi-reparations are the actually origins of Japan's ODA. So Japan's ODA is pretty much has the assumption of Japan's past lessons. And on top of this reparations policy, Japan had so-called Fukuda Doctrine issued in 1970s, and then which also includes this point of equal partner. Japan is determined to be a good equal partner of Southeast Asian nations. So this has been a long tradition in Japan. Of course, we have had a lot of challenges that we did not really meet this purpose we try to seek. And on top of this, Japan's historical lessons, Japan's uniqueness in terms of ODA comes from its own unique experiences. Japan started itself as a developing nation after it opened itself to the Western powers in the mid-19th century. And Japan started as a developed state and then tried to organize its legal system and industrialization, democratization. So we are latecomers. But thanks to the cooperation from other countries, Japan somehow could become so-called the status of so-called developed state. So Japan knows both positions, what it is like to experience as a developing country and a developed country. And also another important point in terms of these characteristics of Japan's ODA is that Japan has a very series of natural disasters. So Japan know how uniquely disaster affect each region. So this experience also has an important element in Japan's self-help ownership, local tradition respected approach. And also recently, Japan had the nuclear disaster back in 2011. So this also leads to Japan's kind of puzzle about how to approach the energy security assistance issue, which I will explain a little bit later. And recently, on top of these characteristics of Japan's ODA has assumed more strategic vision. This is partly because of the rise of China and then the changing atmosphere or landscape in the world. And Japan, actually last month, the Japanese government issued a renewed ODA principle in which Japan emphasized furthermore the importance of the rule of law, human rights, and freedom. Then just for your information, let me just share the statement of the then Foreign Minister Mamoru Shigemitsu when Japan wrote the United Nations. This was a speech back in 1956. Japan could finally come back to international society after it went out of the so-called multilateralism before and then during the war. And then the spirit is that peace is one and indivisible. And the then Foreign Minister also mentioned in his speech at the United Nations that the substance of Japan's political, economic, and cultural life is the product of the fusion within the last century of the civilizations of the Orient and the Occident. In a way, Japan may well be regarded as a bridge between the East and the West. She is fully conscious of the great responsibilities of such position. So that was the determination of Japan at the enrollment of the UN. Of course, at the time it was the Cold War period. So when we talk about the East and West, it means that the capitalist freedom camp and then the socialist camp. But also this message contains the message that Japan as an Asia will get along with the West. So that was the message. So Japan is quite a hybrid, and then this reflects the current ODA policy and then foreign policy of Japan. Then let me give you some examples of how unique Japan's spirit is and their position experiences are uniquely reflected in Japan's ODA policy. Here, I titled as Moderate and Indirect Approach to Democratization and Development as a long-term vision. And for example, back in 1989, when the Tiananmen Square massacre happened, afterwards, the main Western powers immediately suspended their ODA to China. However, Japan actually just quickly, stopped suspended, but actually secretly restarted the cooperation with China. And then we have a lot of discussions, not between, among Japanese, but also with America and then the so-called Western powers at the time. But Japan's idea is that we should avoid the reversal of China's reform and then opening a policy back to Mao Zedong's self-reliance policy. So it is the choice of lesser evil. Of course, we should stop the ODA at the military operational democratization in China. However, which is better? Continuation of reform opening up policy of China and Mao Zedong's self-reliance policy, and then in the longer term, believing that China would eventually make an economic development and then become liberalized country, then keeping contact with China, engagement with China through China's reform and opening up policy is important. That was the decision making at the time in Japan. And also, there were also practical considerations. At the time, China's GDP was only 1/3 of Japan's GDP. And 75% of bilateral aid for China was from Japan. And we also had the consideration for historical issues. But we also have to get the lessons that whether this choice was, or this style of continuation of ODA was really smart. And secondly, recently there was a coup d'etat in Myanmar. And afterwards, Japan stopped the new ODA, but Japan has been continuing this existing ODA project in Myanmar, which has been somehow criticized because those ODA project has been somehow given money to the military, and then the military has purchased weapons and then they are used against civilians. So we have these challenges now. But we also have this vision that when there were coup d'etat back in 1988 in Myanmar, was the suppression of student democratization, Japan somehow also recovered ODA very quickly afterwards. And then the lesson is that anyway, Myanmar democratized later on. So even if the current situation is quite serious, but if we continue engagement, Myanmar will be back to democratization. That is the kind of long-term vision. And also, in terms of democratization, Japan has continued the support for Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia in terms of the development of legal system. And then this is not rushed or direct pressure on democratization, but we help them to have a civil criminal court system and a more civil rights protected system. So this is an indirect support for these countries. Of course, with case of Cambodia, we have to pay attention to what extent this yesterday's election will maintain Cambodia's democratization. And in the next slide, simultaneously, as I mentioned, that Japan has been taking more strategic attitude toward ODA. Japan consolidated its universal values along with allied and then like-minded countries in the form visions of FOIP, free and open Indo-Pacific vision, Quad, and IPEF, supporting these values. And then, but Japan has been cooperating with China, even though this, universal value consolidation project might be counter to China, but Japan has a practical cooperation with China through making agreement, MOU of openness, transparency, economic viability, debt sustainability in investment. This is very important because China is not a member of a DAC member. And Japan also respects the voices of Global South by inviting the Global South countries to the G7 summit meeting this past May and address energy and food security crisis issues. And then lastly, so with this kind of Japanese diplomacy, what Japan has be careful as such. First, while Japan commits itself as kind of the so-called Western camp in terms of the importance of the universal values, but Japan should avoid polarization because the value of liberalism sometimes tend to be very exclusive, like we versus others. So this should be avoided. And then we also have to avoid a misleading message in a flexible approach. Even though Japan continued ODA to Myanmar and China, however, we should have also sent a strong message about the importance of human rights. And in this regard, maybe Japan could have made a more sophisticated sanctions by introducing Magnitsky-style human rights sanctions regime, which has not been introduced in Japan. And also, Japan should help Global South's trust in major powers and multilateralism. The Global South, inclination for China and then Russia with the case of the Ukraine is because of their skepticism of double standard of Western countries, for example, American invasion in Iraq, or the so-called alleged double standard of the ICC, International Criminal Court, which tend to target the African leaders. And we also have to give a good, sound advice for the balance among nuclear, fossil, and renewable energy. As I mentioned that because of the Fukushima disaster, we have more reliance on fossil and not so successful in renewable energy. But the challenge Japan faces in terms of the balance among the three elements in terms of energy security is exactly the same challenge new global South countries also face. And lastly, it's very important to protect democracy in digital transformation, particularly in the global challenges such as pandemic and global warming. We have experienced the importance to prevent disinformation. So in order to protect democracy, Japan should take initiative in digital transformation in along cooperation with other countries. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for that speech, Professor Komaki. And next we have Associate Professor James Enke from the University of Canterbury. So over to you, James. Thank you.
This computer wants a password. Does anybody have any idea what the password would be?
Yeah, there's a password on top of the computer, on top of the lectern, James. So that apparently is the password. This is the password here.
Okay, I can respond which presentation is mine.
Did you post that? Might be easier if you just copy it again.
Okay, that come up yet?
Not yet. I think probably perhaps the I'll try to sorry, James. Yep, good. Very good.
Okay.
Right.
Assalamu alaikum and kia ora. I'm here as a representative. My trip was sponsored by the Asian New Zealand Foundation, but I have to say that I've made no attempt to represent New Zealand's point of view here. I'm simply going to speak to you as a student of comparative politics, and I want to talk about democratic recession. And in particular, I want to look at some different themes from the West and from Southeast Asia. So let's begin by looking at what happened on January 6th of 2020. And you'll all remember this. We were all subjected to a violent mob invading the House of Representatives in the Senate in the United States, trying to block a peaceful democratic transition of power. And this was rather shocking in what is, after all, the world's oldest constitutional democracy. And it was on network TV live around the United States and around the world, the cause of great concern. But it wasn't just one event that we were looking at. This is VDEM's polyarchy score for the United States, basically a rating of its democracy in recent years. And you can see over there on the left, we had already one time when American democracy declined. As you probably noticed, that's after 9/11, when security took predominance over freedoms. And so we had a rather steep decline. And then that second decline begins with the election that brought Donald Trump to power. And you can see right there is January 6th. So a steep decline in democracy in America. Now, since America is the hegemon, and America has often touted itself as a model of democracy around the world, we should be deeply concerned by that. But it's not only in America that we have this problem. In fact, if we look at some of the oldest democracies in the world, and I deliberately included Australia and New Zealand in there, we can see that the same pattern of democratic decline is true pretty much everywhere. It's true in the US, it's true in Canada, it's true in Australia, and it's true in the UK. Only New Zealand has so far at least been able to maintain its democracy at previous levels. So somehow New Zealand has avoided the pattern that we see across the West. Now, if you want to be optimistic, you'll notice that the US and Australia have ticked back up a bit recently, so that's a good sign. But overall, the long-term pattern is one of decline. If we look at Southeast Asia, we see pretty much the same kind of pattern. You'll see that that line across the top is Indonesia. Indonesia has, according to these scores, at least the strongest democracy in Southeast Asia, but it's in decline. The Philippines is declining even more so, and you'll see the steep cliffs, not surprisingly, in both Thailand and Myanmar after their coups. And we have, just like in our other graph, one country that defied the trend, and that is Malaysia, although Malaysia has now also trailed off a little bit. So this is a problem that seems to exist in both the West and in Southeast Asia, and even globally. Freedom House points out, and I think my predecessor used the same number, democracy has been in decline since 2005, which is 17 straight years. The overall average score for democracy by Freedom House's measures is in decline, and both old and new democracies have seen declines, with the US showing a particularly steep decline. Here's Freedom House over time. Freedom House rankings over time right here, and you can see the number of free countries up at the top declined consistently after 2005 and has only begun to maybe turn around a little bit over the last year. But the number of autocracies, the bottom line, continues to climb, and it's the partly free countries that are disappearing to authoritarianism. All right, well, what do we make of this? On the one hand, I agree completely with Professor Barton and Professor Hadiz that a lot of the problem here, Professor Vedi, that the problem here is that neoliberal economic policies around the world widen gaps between rich and poor, leading to the rise in populism. That's common around the world. It's also a really, really easy story to tell. And I wonder if it's really the full story. And so I wanted to look at something else that is actually quite different between the West and Southeast Asia. We begin by looking at a few other things we know about the West. We can look at American views of the last presidential election outcome. You'll remember that January 6th came about because Donald Trump claimed the election was rigged. He was cheated out of the election. That's the number of people, the percentage of people who believe the American election actually was rigged. And it's interesting to note that it is virtually unchanged from the earliest time that it was surveyed by Melbourne University. If we look here, how people feel about the next election, we see that people have only a little or none at all confidence in it at just about the same level as they did at the beginning of the survey. And it's up around 30%, close to 30%. Large numbers of Americans no longer trust their elections. That's troubling. When it comes to the American system of government as a whole, that's democracy, right? We find that in recent years, since December of 2017, during the Trump period, it has occasionally gone up over 50%, but it's been as low as 36%. And of course, that was in the middle of the midterm election campaigning, when dissatisfaction and satisfaction actually met at 36%. That's deeply troubling that Americans no longer trust their own system of government. We look beyond that a little bit. 2/3 of Americans over the age of 65 believe it's absolutely important to live in a democracy. But if we shift our focus to people under the age of 35, only 1/3 of Americans think it's absolutely important to live in a democracy. Wow, that's not good. And if we look at another factor, in the US, those who think a military government would be very bad declined from 74% in the World Values Survey done between 1994 and 1999 to just 48%. So fewer than half of Americans now think military government would be bad or very bad. And about 1 in 5 Americans now think a military government would be very good or fairly good. 20% of Americans are now willing to accept a military government. Well, that's our model of democracy. And we should be deeply concerned by that. But it's not only in the United States. This graph's going to look backwards, maybe. This is dissatisfaction with democracy. And so as the line goes up, people are more dissatisfied with democracy. And look how much dissatisfaction has risen, especially in the US. But in every one of those Western countries we've looked at where democracy is in decline, dissatisfaction with democracy has also risen. So democratic decline in the West is associated with disappointment and dissatisfaction in the democratic system. And again, you see the same country that defied the trend in the previous analysis defies it here too. New Zealanders are actually slightly more satisfied with their democracy, and we don't have the same democratic decline. So what about Southeast Asia? Are people disappointed with democracy in Southeast Asia? Well, it turns out they're not. A recent Pew survey Pew is an American think tank, looked at 27 different countries. And around the world, one of the questions they asked was, do politicians care what ordinary people think? 27 different countries around the world. In those countries, in general, only 35% of respondents, 1 in 3, thought people cared what politicians think. There were 2 Southeast Asian nations in that survey, and those 2 were Indonesia and the Philippines. And in Indonesia, 76% of respondents care what politicians think. In the Philippines, it's 71%. That's kind of surprising, isn't it? No other nation reached 60%. And so uniquely, it looks like from this survey, people in Southeast Asia actually feel differently. They feel more hopeful about politicians. Second question was asked, how satisfied are you with the way democracy is working in your country? 65% of Indonesians were satisfied, 69% of Filipinos were satisfied. Across all 27 countries, it's just 45%. People in Southeast Asia are more satisfied and more hopeful than people in other parts of the world. If we turn to the World Values Survey, we find a similar pattern. Democracy is a very good or fairly good system of government. Remember how low that was in the US. Myanmar, 95.3%. Thailand is a little lower at 85.7%. Only the Philippines falls behind the world average in seeing democracy as a good way to govern a nation. Having honest elections is important, and you can see again, every country is well above the world average except Thailand. Now that tells me, despite the fact that we have some commonalities around the world, we also have some interesting differences. And at the heart of it is this. This is that same satisfaction with democracy survey that we saw before, done by Cambridge. And you can see dissatisfaction with democracy is increasing in every region of the world except two. One is South Asia, where it remains steady. And the other is Southeast Asia, where dissatisfaction with democracy is in steep decline. If we look back to the earlier period, around 2001, we find almost 2/3 of people in Southeast Asia were dissatisfied with democracy. Now it's down to about 1/3. Wow, that's quite different. And so global recession, while it appears to have some common causes, and certainly does have some common causes, also has some major differences. And it's in Southeast Asia that those differences are strongest. So let's look briefly at what that all means. Now, keep in mind that this all comes despite major problems with democracy in several Southeast Asian nations, including countries that have tried democracy, where people wanted democracy only to see their democracy fail, particularly Thailand and Burma. And so that dissatisfaction and disappointment is coming even despite democratic recession. So in the West, we have frustration with democracy. Southeast Asia, somehow people still feel hope, maybe determination. That's pretty different to me. And so let's think about what that all means. First off, I think it's important to keep in mind that because levels of faith in democracy in Southeast Asia are generally quite high, we see the emergence of two-level gains, especially in places where democracy has been in trouble. And what do we mean by a two-level gain? It means that people in places, especially like Thailand and Myanmar, have two different struggles they're fighting. Number one, they fight to win the election, but number two, they're fighting to gain better, more democratic constitutions. And so they're competing at these two different levels. We can see that if we look to recent history. So we have intense competition in elections at one level. So in Thailand, we know that every election since 2001 has been won by the Thai Rak Thai party and its successor parties. Those are Thaksin's parties. Palang Prachachon and Pheu Thai is the current one, all the way up to this current election. They won every election and they won easily. And they won those elections despite two different coups and the military rigging the political system to make it virtually impossible for them to win. Despite that, people turned out and voted for Pheu Thai and not for the military parties. And when they finally lost this election, it happened because rumors spread before the election that Pheu Thai was willing to join with the military parties and form a coalition government. And they tried to shake that rumor and they couldn't. And even after the election was over, those rumors that they were going to join hands with the military party continued. And so what happened? people voted for an even more progressive anti-military party in Future Forward this time, won the most seats. So people are battling for democracy against military parties in the government. And it's happening in the elections. Okay. Same thing is true if we look at Myanmar. In Myanmar, the constitutional provisions to prevent the rise of democracy are even stronger. Consequently, or nevertheless, we should say, the NLD has won both of the elections it's been allowed to compete in since democracy, a partial democracy, was restored in 2010. And if we look at the numbers, we'll see exactly that. You see, they weren't allowed to compete. In 2010, the military won 259 seats with its party. 2015, somehow got an extra zero on that, sorry. The military won only 30 seats, and the NLD won 255. And in the 2020 election, the military won just 26 seats to the NLD's 258. Military's inability to win seats in the election are, of course, one of the reasons that it carried out the coup. And we'll see the other reason in just a few minutes. The military's so carefully designed constitution still wouldn't allow it to win elections because people were so determined to try to get democracy. All right. The second level, as we mentioned, there are attempts to reshape political systems to make them more democratic. And we see that in both Thailand and in Myanmar. As you probably know, the 2014 coup group designed an electoral system that had both party list and constituency seats. But they used only one ballot to choose MPs to the different kinds of seats. Now, this is a system that's not in place in any other nation at the national level in the entire world, only in Thailand. And it was carefully chosen because the military thought that would benefit its parties. And in fact, if we look at the election outcome, it absolutely did benefit those parties. Pheu Thai had the most constituency seats, but it got not a single party list seat, none. And that was because of the electoral system. Future Forward got quite a few. The military-backed party got quite a few, and Future Forward got zero. At the end of the 2014 election, as you may remember, it turned out that between them, Future Forward, Pheu Thai, and some middle-sized parties actually had enough MPs, everyone thought, to form a government. And they put together a coalition and they were going to take power. And all of a sudden, the election commission changed the rules, where once they said a party needs 70,000 votes to get one seat, that's the minimum threshold, they changed it and said, okay, small parties only need a majority of 70,000 votes. And that lowered the threshold for small parties to 35,000. And that meant that an additional 10 parties got one seat each. That one seat each was just enough, as it turned out, to shift the balance of power to the government. And so by bringing in all those one-party seat governments, the election commission gave them at the last minute, the military was able to govern and take away the victory that people thought they had won through the vote in Thailand. The military manipulated the electoral system to maintain power. Now, of course, that didn't end it. In order to get there, the military had to agree, had to find a way to bring the Democrat Party into its coalition. The Democrat Party had about 50 seats, and they were crucial seats. The Democrat Party said, we'll only do it if you agree to let us propose constitutional amendments. And that opened the door. And from there, parties in Thailand were able to propose amendments to the Constitution. And as you might guess, the main amendment they proposed was a two-ballot system that would take away that unfair advantage the military had seized for itself. And while most of the constitutional amendments proposed never made it through, that one amendment to create or return to that two-ballot system did pass. And this time, of course, PPIA got lots of party list seats, Future Forward got lots of party list seats, and the balance of power shifted. And the military declined to just 76 seats now between two parties. And so by fighting this two-level game, fighting over constitutional rules, but also fighting over elections, the balance of power is shifting in Thailand. Now, will it shift far enough? Well, even I can't predict that because the military is still trying to manipulate its built-in constitutional advantages by getting the Senate to vote against the pro-democracy parties. But that appointed Senate only has 1 year left. And after that, all those temporary rules go away and Thailand will have back its democracy. The same kind of thing happened in Myanmar, but in Myanmar, it became far more difficult because in Myanmar, they did their best to cut off this second level of competition. And they did it by saying constitutional amendments require a vote of 3/4 of all members of parliament. And then they gave the military 1/4 of all the seats in parliament, which means you cannot have a constitutional amendment in Myanmar unless the military supports it. It's just impossible. Nevertheless, in 2020, not that long before the election, there was an attempt to amend the the Constitution in Parliament. And the two of the clauses they wanted to amend was number one, they wanted to decrease the number of military representatives in the parliament, which would have made it possible to amend the Constitution in the future. And number two, they wanted to change the process of constitutional amendments so that it only took 2/3 of the members of the elected members of parliament, not the military members. And so this battle over constitutional amendments took place in Myanmar too. Now, they lost because the military all voted against them, but the attempt was made again in this sort of two-level game that we have going on. Okay. Of course, that's another reason for the coup. The military was not doing well at either level of competition, and so the coup takes place. Why does this matter? Why should we care? Basically, these two-level games have a profound impact on politics because all of a sudden participation and the battle for democracy and for getting your party in place doesn't just take place at election time. Moves to amend the Constitution, to fix up the political system, they occur consistently and constantly. And so people begin to be engaged in politics across elections and between elections. And that means that people are out battling in the streets, and you don't battle in the streets without hope and without trust in the system. And so this two-level game actually helps to develop and promote that same kind of trust. So they don't just vote and leave politics to politicians, they become constantly and consistently engaged. And civil society is thus activated in defense of democracy. Now, funny things happen in our world in recent years, you've noticed, and that's that civil society is no longer just domestic. Increasingly, civil society is international. For the most part, when we think about international influence around democracy, scholars have focused on large states. And so scholars like Larry Diamond have claimed that the democratic recession globally that we're all looking at is because we have the development of an authoritarian axis. And that authoritarian axis is led by Russia, it's led by China. They have regional allies like Saudi Arabia and Venezuela who seek to undermine democracy. I'm not sure I believe that completely, but that's Larry Diamond's argument. On the other hand, we have the US and the EU who seek at times to promote democracy, but rather inconsistently. And then we have people like Trump who comes along and supports authoritarian leaders rather than democratic governments. And so that's what we're basically looking at. Now, Mearsheimer says that we have gone so far down this path that we've entered Cold War II between dictatorships and democracies. Again, I think that's quite an exaggeration. But if it's true, it's deeply concerning if Western countries are one side in a Cold War and they've all given up on democracy, or they're dissatisfied with democracy and no longer willing to defend it. So this is of great concern. But on the other hand, we can look to places like Southeast Asia. In places like Southeast Asia, civil society has begun to ally cross-nationally. And we saw this, first of all, with, or maybe not first of all, but quite prominently in the famous Milk Tea Alliance, which you're probably aware of. The Milk Tea Alliance began as an alliance among people in Hong Kong, in Thailand, and in Taiwan. Where they all have different versions of milk and tea. And those three colors in that flag are meant to represent those three colors. But in no time at all, that cross-national alliance began to spread. And it spread to places like Myanmar and Malaysia and the Philippines, Asia, all in Southeast Asia. And it's as activists, but it's actual strategies that expand. Here's my favorite. We had, of course, the umbrellas in Hong Kong, followed up by those, of course, were used to protect protesters from tear gas and from water cannons. And in Thailand, they followed up with rubber ducks to serve the exact same purpose. It's unique, it's creative, but it's also adapted from Hong Kong. And so we have these kinds of things spreading among the Milk Tea Alliance. But beyond that, the Milk Tea Alliance has continued to expand to India. There's actually now a group that was trying to defend Australia in some of its clashes with China, and even to Belarus to some degree. And so civil society has, and its attempts to encourage democracy has expanded. To me, that's interesting and perhaps more important in the longer term than some of the things Larry Diamond is claiming are important. Now, the other thing that's important about this, of course, is the governments have to listen to civil society, especially democratic governments. Southeast Asian governments have not yet, in my view, found their voice when it comes to democracy. They don't know quite what their feeling is about encouraging democracy in other places. But the Milk Tea Alliance were strongly supportive of the Move Forward Party. Now, if Move Forward Party comes into power and the Milk Tea Alliance comprises their supporters, they have to listen to them. And so in democratic governments across Southeast Asia, we might expect to see more pressures on the governments to speak out for democracy, and regional voices speaking out for democracy are likely to be far more effective and far more meaningful in the region than the rather inconsistent voices we hear from an America where many of its citizens are dissatisfied with democracy and rather lackadaisical in its promotion. And that's all I have today. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that. I really enjoyed the graphs in particular. Yeah. So now we can open up to the audience for some questions and a panel discussion as well. Hopefully we still have a colleague from Japan online, Dr. Kagumi. And if anybody has some questions that they'd like to start with. Yep.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mia Suskawati. I'm from SSGS, Universitas Indonesia. So, question actually for all of you, but it started from the presentation of Professor James Oakley, the last presentation. So, my question, probably mostly for you first, Professor Oakley, then to Dr. Yon Mahmoudi and also Professor Kumagai. You mentioned about the democratic recession in the West, while in Southeast Asia, with all complex situations, there's a kind of hope. But then, of course, each country in Southeast Asia has dynamics. So I'd like to ask you about the like, what do you feel the what's so-called digital democracy in Southeast Asia? That I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not a political scientist, I'm an anthropologist. So in Southeast Asia, what so-called digital democracy, I think developed later compared to the US. For example, the Obama election, I think showed how the so-called digital democracy, the role of social media and the youth really played a role in the election that led to the victory of Obama. And for Southeast Asia, at least for Indonesia, then I think it came a little bit late. So I'd like to ask you about how the digital democracy then contribute to the feeling of hope and optimism in terms of democracy in Southeast Asia. However, at the same time, I think there's also a situation what so-called the activists call digital dictatorship. So like China, where the government and the system, information and technology system set up by the government, then also controlled the information, then so-called the activists as well as the civil society movement had to really like trying to find a way. So how do you see that, both the digital democracy as well as digital dictatorship then contribute to the dynamics of the democracy, both in the West and Southeast Asia? And maybe for Professor Kumagai, questions also about Japan, and for Dr. Yon Mahmoudi, how do you see also the situation in the Middle East? Because Middle East then has also relationship with US, and of course now strong relationship with China that promote digital dictatorship, so-called. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very good question. In the end, I left off one of my favorite graphs, which is a graph that shows social media usership around the world. And the country that uses social media the most in the entire world is the Philippines. And the average amount of time spent on social media in the Philippines is just about 4 hours a day. And Indonesia and Thailand are both near the top of the list as well. In fact, almost every country in Southeast Asia is near the top of the list. And I looked a little while back, and the number of social media users in Thailand is only slightly below the total number of people in Thailand, which means everyone down to, newborn babies would have to have social media to reach those numbers. Obviously, a bunch of people have more than one account, right? So social media, countries in Southeast Asia are probably even more vulnerable to what happens on social media than people in the West. We can see just how much of a difference social media has made by looking at the recent Thai election, right? Because the Move Forward Party is a sort of hybrid internet party. There's a whole literature out there now on internet-based parties that are entirely built around the internet as their infrastructure. And Move Forward is partly that, but partly also they do have branches across the country, so they're a good mix of that. But they rely really heavily on the internet to get out the vote. Young people in particular have been really active in the party and on the internet. Everybody said, no, they can't do well because they have no ground game. In the end, if you want to win an election in Southeast Asia, you've got to send people out and make sure everybody's voted house by house. But they proved you don't have to do that. You can do it through the internet by reaching out to your members and getting them to make sure their parents went in to vote. So it is possible increasingly to use the internet in very, very democratic ways. I agree with you. It's also very possible to use it in non-democratic ways and in places Like China, of course, the internet's entirely controlled, and then we have a wide variety of places in between. But these dictatorial uses of the internet take place even in free nations or relatively free nations. The US, the last election was interfered with by Russian trolls who got involved in some ways. There's some evidence the same thing happened in the Brexit election. And France outsmarted the same trolls. So these battles are going on everywhere. And I think democracies are uniquely vulnerable to that kind of dictatorship. So the internet, it's been a force for good in a lot of places, and it can be used very, very effectively. But it can also powerfully undermine democracy, both in authoritarian regimes, but also in democratic regimes. Sorry, I took too long.
Professor Kamagi, did you have anything that you wanted to add?
Thank you very much for the question. I agree with the professor in the sense that this SNS and the digitalization, arena of speech has been posing challenge both to democracy and dictatorship or autocracy, and in particular for the democratic countries, the difficulty in controlling the negative impact of digitalization on democracy is that sometimes this control can be a censorship. It's like a counter-war terrorism. We fight for freedom, but the measurement of the fight ends up in illiberal policy and then invasion in privacy. So in this case, in a sense, it is a kind of a window of opportunity, perhaps. Maybe I'm going to pause. But that the same type of challenge both democratic countries and then autocracy face from this AI or digitalized world can be jointly coped with. Of course, digitalization poses more sharp cleavage between the US and China, for instance. For example, in terms of the supply chain, guard on the side of the US and on the side of China for the protection of privacy and security. The same excuses or explanations both governments use, but we also have the common ground for protect humankind from the negative impacts of digitalization. So maybe this can be a kind of creating another arena for US and China, for instance, to have a dialogue to face global challenges, so that even though there are several issues of rivalry, but we cooperate with some common ground in a place where we can find some common challenges and common interests. So I think, of course, digitalization is a challenge, an opportunity as well as opportunity, but we have to create this challenge as another opportunity for a more cooperative arena, in a group, even though, this is not a direct panacea for democratization, but at least, keep a dialogue on global level, particularly among major powers, I think, which is also important. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to add anything else?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think we thank God that the Southeast Asia, in particular Indonesia, still have and believe in the democracy. The hope still high. So of course, the Indonesia should speak up more in terms of the democracy. I agree totally, because not only in terms of the democracy, we are now try how to implement that, how the religion is compatible with the democracy. So this is become the model for the, for instance, if you talk about the Middle East, the Indonesia is the largest Muslim country with the democracy. So this is also become very interesting that the Indonesia also can give influence and impact to the Middle East in terms of the religion and the democracy. That is somehow absent in the Middle East. And related to the digital democracy and or the authoritarian digital, we see in the Middle East, for instance, there are also developed the social media, internet, other things. But for instance, WhatsApp, if we go to some country, for instance, in United States or the Saudi, there is also limitation to use the WhatsApp. We only can use to write the WhatsApp, not to speak, because the Arabs tend to speak more. So the way to limit their voice is to block the tool of to speak up using. If you can call using the WhatsApp, but your voice cannot hear by your counterpart. So just we try many times but fail. So the Arab very lazy in typing. So it is good. They don't want to type, and because the WhatsApp and internet and other thing also become kind of influence people during the Arab Spring. So the way to limit the access is to the only special some give some limitation because if you see the culture, the Arab culture, if you communicate them, Indonesia we used to type through the WhatsApp even very long, but Arab no, they want to use the voice note rather than reply our typing. So they just record and then send the voice note to us. So hopefully the balancing between the US and the China in the Middle East, we want to have the balance. For instance, that the peaceful dialogues initiate a cooperation initiated by the China, it is good, but not the aspect of the dictatorship and other things. So that is reduced, but of course the democracy that promoted by the US is good, then just keep it, implement the in the Middle East and combine between the relationship, influence of the US and the China for the sake of the Middle East people, because they know about their problem, they know how they solve their problem. So of course we want to have the prosperity, stability too, but also the democracy in the region. And Indonesia hopefully can be model for the combine between the compatibility of the religion and democracy. But if we can speak up about this issue in international of the region. Thank you.
We'll speak about another 15 minutes for more questions if anybody else has any other questions.
First of all, I want to thank you to all the committee and esteemed members of the panelists. From the presentation, I have a question intended for Professor Mahmoudi, but are open for anyone else to jump in. So we understand that the geopolitical rivalry between the US and China has spillover impacts on other regions as well. In regards to that, my question is, as a society, is there a way to benefit from such a phenomenon? And more importantly, how can we avoid the negative implications of a potential conflict? Sorry. Thank you.
Many thanks for the question between the rivalry between the US and China in the Middle East. Of course, we can get a learn from that phenomenon. And the China said that because the great powers did not do the great job, so we come. So this is kind of try to criticize the great powers, and they come to the Middle East with this kind of the slogan. But of course, we don't want to be entrapped with the China's, influence too deep, because if try shift from the US, then come to the China alone, then it's the problem. And the shift of the America geopolitical to the Asia Pacific, I think we also should see in the very comprehensive way between balancing between the US to China. we don't want to be part of the China, then become the enemy of the US, of course, or we don't want, just put aside of our nation to the US, then become the enemy of the China, because Indonesia, Southeast Asia, it is, become very strategic between literally to the country. So we hope that there is no more military intervention or the military or clash of civilization, but try to have the more the dialogue of the civilization, both country. And Indonesia, for the long history, have what the Hatta said about mendayung di antara dua karang, mean that to dive among between two reefs, how we can dive smoothly between two reef, the two great global. It's not become part of that side or the other, but we try to dance or to use our capacity in order to avoid any negative impact. But of course, we can still have and get the positive impact of the things, because now the tendency of the polarizations in Indonesia and other things also grow between supported the US or part of the China. So it will divide our society. Then I think this is not good. But of course, we have to think our future, about to have the good relationship, cooperation with any country without any limitation, or there is no country can dictate us with whom we have to make the cooperation, because we are as the free and independent country, free and of course, active in terms of the international, what happened in the international and global arena. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Sorry,
Sure, I could ask something.
I'll just get you. Can somebody give a microphone, please? Thanks.
So that my question actually is about, we have here the quest for democracy, and I wanted to get, if we had time, the panelists' view on why should we still have this quest for democracy when it works so terribly badly for so many people. So, in New Zealand, people love democracy and it's working really well, and that's great. But in places like the US and other countries, democracy is not delivering what it should for people. And this is why they don't want it, because they're incredibly poor, they don't have access to education, they don't have access to healthcare. So it's not working for them. So the question then could become, do we need democracy? Can't we go to some other system? Or is it just that we need to get better democracy? So a provocation there. Thank you.
Looks like at least 20% of Americans would agree with that we should just switch to a different system. What it comes down to in the end is two things. Number one is participation, right? If you can't really participate in a democracy because you're locked out because only rich people can participate, that's a problem in the democracy, and it's something that can be fixed. The other thing is democracy delivering fair outcomes? And that too is a problem that can be fixed, in theory at least. The problem is in recent years, people have struggled. A lot of scholars think that populism is actually a reaction to democracies where the elites have gone too far away from the desires of ordinary people. And in that sense, populism isn't necessarily bad, it's a corrective to wake the elites up and remind them that, hey, you're taking advantage far too much, and that it's a warning that democracies need to be fixed to be more equitable to everybody. And that's the other side of this that Professor Vaidya was talking about at the beginning. Democracies at present are widening gaps between rich and poor. And if they continue to do this, it's going to be really hard to reverse it, no matter how hopeful people are in some parts of the world and how disappointed they are in others. So there are some basic problems that need to be fixed in my mind.
Did you have anything that you wanted to add to that, Professor Kagi?
Thank you very much. I agree with Petra in the sense that we talk about democracy, but what the exact content and then the operation. For example, we also have in Japan have a very low voting rate whenever we have a election, and even in national elections, it is usually, I mean, above or below 50%. And then we just got governor election for Gunma Prefecture in Japan, which is a local election, but the voting rate was 30%. So, I mean, how can we explain this indifference to politics? I mean, reflecting on the whole history of struggle for getting the right to vote for everyone. This is very disappointing, but this is a reality, and then we have to listen to the voices why people do not vote for. Then I think part of the reason is because people's disappointment, and nothing would change even if if I vote. And then and I think this is maybe a way of the fundraising issues or campaign issue. I mean, we can think about topics for more sound functioning of democracy. But I also, think that we also have to address the issue of economy. In major democracies, the overall trend is that middle class has been shrinking, and so that the healthy democracy needs a thick layer of democracy, and that's the lessons we know from the history. So in this case, we also have to address those economy issues. Well, I think. Thank you.
And thank you very much. I'd just like to thank our panel presenters for today as well. And it's just about time for afternoon coffee. So unless there's any other burning questions, if we can. Oh, one more question. Okay. We'll have one more question and then maybe break for coffee.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Mega. I am from School of Strategic and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia. Well, I have a Professor James Oki. It is interesting to talk about democracy, the United States, and also about how the United States handling the COVID-19 pandemic in early 2020. It seems like Trump's policy to deal with pandemic by prioritizing democracy seems to be worsening the public health of US society. So do you think that the declining level of democracy in the United States has something to do about it? Thank you.
I think those two things are connected, but not directly connected. In other words, I think that populism and Donald Trump have both worked to downgrade the importance of expertise. And so those two things consequently become related. The more you talk about the elites and how the elites are in part of some conspiracy to destroy you and your people, the more you convince people that expertise just isn't important, and in fact may be the enemy. And if you begin to treat the experts as the enemy, then you don't treat pandemics properly. You encourage people not to get vaccinated. You tell them that maybe ammonia in some way is going to kill it inside your body, and all kinds of weird things, because Donald Trump despised experts and expertise. But we need experts and expertise, not just in times of pandemics, but also to help support our democracies and our public policies in general, and to make sure those policies deliver. Part of the reason that democracy doesn't always work as well as it should is because we don't listen to experts when we formulate policy. We listen to whichever side is politically the noisiest. And that's something that is probably the most troubling thing about populism, is the way that it has eroded the value of expertise.
Thank you. I think we'll just wrap it up there because it's pretty much 3 o'clock. So if you'd like to join me in thanking our panel presenters, and then we'll head off for afternoon tea. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have reached the end of our
Recording stopped.
Development and digital culture building resilience after the pandemic. The conference leaves us plenty of ideas, information, statistics, and vision to reflect upon. Before we head up to the coffee break, the committee would like to give our speaker, Professor Yon, Professor James, and Miss Lynn Kelly a reminiscence gift, and also taking pictures together. For Professor Yon, Professor James, and Dr. Hanif, please take the stand.
Hadirin sekalian, kami telah mencapai akhir konferensi kami setelah diskusi yang menarik tentang bagaimana demokrasi, pembangunan, dan ketahanan budaya digital membangun setelah pandemi. Konferensi ini memberi banyak ide, informasi, statistik, dan visi untuk direnungkan. Sebelum kita menuju ke coffee break, panitia ingin memberikan pembicara Profesor Yon, Profesor James, and Miss Lynn Kelly hadiah kenangan dan juga foto bersama. Untuk Profesor Yon Mahmudi, Profesor James, dan Dr. Hanif dipersilahkan.
Terus kita beri ngomong.
One, two. Okay.
Itu bareng.
Mungkin bisa aja ya.
Oh, di sana boleh ya. Antoni. Bumi.
Aku juga nggak ngerti awalnya.
Oh, you want me? You said everybody. Satu lagi Pak. Oh, Melbourne. Ngambil.
Oke, sebentar pindahin.
Kedua. Satu, dua.
Jangan share.
Lagi. Boleh ya, bebas. Satu, dua.
Ini adalah Indonesia, negeri yang dianugerahi tanah yang subur, dikelola oleh tangan-tangan anak bangsa. Kami berjalan bersama Presiden Jokowi dan Menteri BUMN Erick Thohir.
Pupuk berperan strategis terhadap ketahanan pangan.
Mengembangkan berbagai inovasi dan bertransformasi bersama Pupuk Indonesia, menjaga ketahanan pangan bangsa, dan menghasilkan senyum untuk bangsa. Pupuk Indonesia, makmur bersama Indonesia.
City of South Australia, and we do have campuses in other cities as well around Australia, in Melbourne, in Sydney, and Brisbane too. And our specialty is in cuisine, patisserie, and international hospitality and restaurant management education for undergrads and postgrads. Well, I stand before you today with great pleasure and honor to, as your moderator for this paper presentation session in the field of strategic and global studies. And as we embark on this intellectual journey, we are bound to explore the cutting-edge research and innovative insights that shape our understanding, of global dynamics, international relations, and the pursuit of sustainable solutions to complex global challenges. So this is my personal reflection, from the previous keynote speech by Professor Dr. Greg Barton from Deakin University that discussed global megatrends and the consequences and effects. So hopefully I can provide some further insights during my opening speech for tomorrow's session. Well, in this forum, we are privileged to have brilliant minds from Indonesia mostly, converge to share their meticulous research and thought-provoking ideas. And our distinguished presenters will shed some lights, on the strategic policies, geopolitical trends, economic shifts, and societal transformations that impact our ever-changing world. So, as your moderator, my role is to facilitate a conducive and engaging, hopefully, atmosphere where ideas are exchanged freely and constructively. Okay, so we shall embrace diversity of thought and encourage rigorous debates that foster a deeper appreciation of the intricacies within the realm of global studies. So together we will expand the boundaries of knowledge and emerge with a profound understanding of the issues shaping our interconnected planet. So presenters, just a simple housekeeping message. You are allocated with a 15-minute presentation, including 5-minute discussion or Q&A session, and you will be notified by, who is the timekeeper here? By that Miss back there about your presentation, where you will inform them when 5 minutes left or 2 minutes left. 5 minutes, okay. So please try to look at her, while talking so that you won't go further. And I implore that all attendees here to actively participate, ask some insightful questions and offer probably constructive feedback if you can, as their contributions are vital to advancing the field of strategic and global studies. So let us approach this session with open minds and receptive hearts, eager to learn from each other and collaborate towards a more enlightened and interconnected global community. So I would like to welcome our first presenter. The title of their papers is FIFA Climate Strategy, Indonesian Football Contribution in Environmental Issue. Long title, by comparing the league, I'm not finished yet, okay? By comparing the League One matches before and during COVID-19 by Maika Ira Puspita, Muhammad Sharoni Rofi, and Basir Segina. From the School of Strategic and Global Studies, University of Indonesia. Well, I did some diggings, so my brief or summary of their studies is about FIFA that has implemented a climate mitigation strategy in 2009. Am I right? Yes, and estimating carbon trades from tournaments to meet emission volume requirements in the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, CGP. Yes, so in 2022, guys, FIFA partnered with the Asia Pacific Island Forum, APIF, to combat climate change, aiming to reduce global carbon emissions by 50% in 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality by 2040. So Indonesia is known for its significant carbon emissions. Okay, so observed a reduction in carbon output during the 2019-2022 League One competition due to format changes forced by the COVID-19 pandemic. So aligning with FIFA's climate goals. So now I please welcome Ms. Maika. Give her some motivation. Right? Yes, come on.
Thank you so much. The title is long because is just starting to fight against the climate change. So a very good afternoon, everyone. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Maika Ira Puspita. I'm a student at the National Resilience Studies at the SSGS University of Indonesia. And it is such an honor and also a truly privilege for me to be here to join all of you at the Deakin University here in Melbourne. And my presentation, yes, I'm sorry it hasn't been opened up yet. Okay. Yeah. Yes, and together with Pak Muhammad Charoni Rofi and also Pak Basir, this is our presentation for today. It is FIFA Climate Strategy, Indonesian Football Contribution in Environmental Issues by comparing the League One before and during COVID-19. And I think that this topic is very much relatable as Australia, together with New Zealand, are now hosting one of the prestigious event, which is the FIFA Women's World Cup. And of course, regarding to the opening remarks by Professor Greg, this is also the environmental issue is also one of the mega trends that we are now facing. And the world as we are living right now is experiencing an increasing global temperature. And we have experiencing this for the past 2 decades. And a report even before then, conducted in 2007 by the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change has predicted that a rapid global warming with greater heat waves and new wind and storm patterns, as well as floods in all over the world. Meanwhile, the United States for Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, has claimed that the greenhouse gases emission by human activities is one of the culprits in creating the carbon dioxide. And this is produced by fossil fuels used by land, air, or sea transportation. Meanwhile, in Indonesia, in 2017, Indonesian greenhouse gas emission from transportation alone has reached up to 26%. And the International Air Transport Association, or IATA, has predicted that by 2037, this number, 26%, will be triple in increase. So that's why this has urged a reaction. And also that's why the United Nations for Climate Change has called the initiatives to all of the stakeholders in every sectors, including sports. That's why in 2021, the UNFCCC has invited all sports stakeholders, and they have 2 aims, which is the midterm goal by 2030 to reduce the greenhouse gas emission by 50%, and by 2040, the long-term goal, which is to reduce the greenhouse gas emission by 0% net. And of course, this has been supported by a lot of events that has been happening around the world. The first one is in 2019, the Rugby World Cup has been disturbed by typhoon. And then in 2020, the Tennis Olympics has been also disturbed by bushfires. And Olympics in Tokyo, as we all know, the athlete has been suffering from a very hot weather, a heat wave, and the cancellation of the Premier League. This was caused by Storm Sierra. And of course, football, as one of the biggest sport in the world, has been contributing to fight against climate change. And FIFA here, as the main organization with 211 members, has conducted several initiatives starting in 2006. So FIFA, back in 2006, during the FIFA World Cup in Germany, FIFA has conducted the Green Gold Program, which is to investment of 500,000 euros in energy and water saving technology, as well as offsetting 100 tons of emission from air transportation.
and then followed by 2009, which is the first greenhouse gas accounting report to estimate annual carbon emission, which is, of course, flight is the leading factor, amounting to 75% of nearly 50,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent produced. And then in 2016, after the election of President Gianni Infantino as the FIFA president, FIFA together with the UNFCCC supporting the Climate Neutral Now campaign. And this was followed by the signing of the UNFCCC Sports for Climate Action Framework 2 years after. And in 2022, FIFA signed an MOU with the Asia Pacific Island Forums to enhance awareness to reduce the carbon emission by 50% in 2030 and achieve the carbon neutrality by 2040 in the Asia Pacific region, including Indonesia. And from this, we can see that transportation is the major cause of carbon emission. And we have put here, there are two researchers. The first one conducted by Pereira, Filimonao, and Ribeiro. And they researched that the 2016-2017 season, the EPL clubs traveled a total number of 181,791 kilometers and produced nearly 700,000 kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalent. And then the second research that we have found, also conducted by Picarillo, Misiti, and Di Gennaro, that elite tournaments produce approximately 40,551 kilograms of carbon emission. And around 65% of the emission was produced by transportation, and the rest was produced by accommodation. And where does Indonesia stand in this? Indonesia is the largest archipelagic country in the world. We are consisted of 17,000 islands, and our league, which is the League One, the top division, is consisted of 306 matches conducted in 34 weeks. And that's why we are now comparing between the League One before the COVID-19, which is the season of 2019-2020, which were implementing the home and away format, with the leagues during the season of 2021-2022 during the COVID-19, which they implement a centralized format. And the methodology that we are implementing is a quantitative method supported by descriptive comparative analysis based on primary and secondary data. The primary data obtained by calculating the number of kilometers that the 18 clubs in the top league participating, as well as calculating the number of carbon emission produced by the air transportation during the competition. And this is the, as you can see on the top side, this is the landing and takeoff emission. And this is the calculation, which is 5.75 times travel distance in one season. And this was the formula that was used by Pereira, Filimonao, and Ribeiro. And then we also did a comparative analysis, referring to comparing the 18 participating clubs in the League One during the season of 2019-2020 and League One during the 2021 and 2022. And as you can see on the left-hand side, this is the map of all of the participating clubs, the 18 clubs. Of course, the furthest clubs are situated in Sumatra Island and also in Irian Jaya. We can see that Semen Padang on Sumatra Island is located, and in Persipura is located in Irian Jaya. The total distance that was covered during the League One in season 2019-2020 is 524,735 kilometers, or equivalent to 30 times around the world. So the longest distance, of course, had to be covered by Persipura and Semen Padang, and they produced nearly 300,000 kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalent each. And the total carbon dioxide produced during the League One in season 2019-2020 is a whopping 3,017,226.25 kilograms carbon dioxide equivalent. And you can see also the table on the right-hand side, our calculation that was using the formula based on the researches previously. And this is the comparison that we did. And this is the location of the League One clubs season 2021-2022. They are using the centralized format. There are 3 clusters, which is the cluster 1 in Jakarta, Tangerang, Bogor, Bekasi, Bandung. Cluster 2, Yogyakarta, Semarang, Magelang, and cluster 3 in Surabaya, Malang, Kediri, Lamongan, and Madura. And of course, the total distance of this league covered altogether is less than 20% compared to the league that was conducted back in the previous season. And the longest distance still was covered by 2 clubs, Persipura and Persiraja. However, the total carbon dioxide produced during the leagues has been down to 510,164.5 kilogram carbon dioxide equivalent. So this is our conclusion and recommendation. So referring to the calculation of both of the league during the 2019-2020 season and 2021-2022, a system of a centralized format is very much capable of reducing the amount of carbon emission. And then we are recommending, there are 5 points. The first one is to have the government to show their commitment in considering environment in every aspect, including decision-making, policies, programs, regulation, as well as football activities. And the second one is implementing an in-depth research, because we need the research to understand more about the relationship between climate change and football in Indonesia as the largest archaeology country in the world. And then the third one, develop an eco-friendly approach to every football activities. And fourth one, offsetting carbon emission that needs to be taken into consideration. And the last one is that the government and the federation together need to consider to switch from fossil fuel to a renewable energy for the long run. So that's the presentation for today. I am handing over to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Micah. Please stay here.
Okay.
Right. It is indeed a very meticulous research and data collection that I can see there. Is there any questions from the members of the floor that you want to forward to Micah? Or any comments, any thoughts, feedback, probably? Yes, sir.
I'm just wondering, where would you expect to see resistance to your proposal come from? Presumably there are going to be some people who would be unhappy with this new format. So who would that be and why?
Of course, one of the things that we have to consider in here is the business aspect. Because in business value, to have a home and away format, of course, this will be increasing in the valuation of the business itself. For example, the ticketing. Who would watch a match from the club of Persipura in Bandung, for example, in West Java? So, of course, I think one of the hesitant that will be coming from will be from the business aspect of this.
Does that answer your question? You happy? Anyone else? Can we get one more question probably before we proceed? I have a question.
Okay.
Sorry. Well, okay. From my perspective, because my background is hospitality and tourism and leisure, I can see that FIFA is one of the events, you know. This is also something to do with event management. And your carbon emission talks about transportation that cause mostly of the carbon emission. Then have you ever thought about, you know, comparing FIFA to other major events in the world that probably might have some significant results in the carbon emissions as well?
To be honest, this is the comparison that I have, because right now the league itself, the league in the top division in Indonesia, as you can see, the total distance that they have covered is 13 times around the world. So I think in the scale of a Majestic itself, it's almost the same. quietly, because if we also saw the research conducted by Filiminero, that we used their formula to calculate, even the EPL didn't cover that much as the total number of the distance covered by the League One in Indonesia. So I think that's also going to be a good insight as well to have another tournament as gigantic as FIFA probably in the long run. Yeah.
Yes. Are you saying that the significance of this study, are you saying that FIFA is actually quite committed in, in studying about this carbon emission and sustainability, climate change, compared to other major events around the world?
There was some kind, not a protest, but some contradiction as well, because they think that FIFA is not really serious in the fighting against the climate change. But apparently FIFA is the first sports organization that is committing, and we can see that all of the initiatives that they have taken since 2006 to 2020 is several number of steps that they have been taken.
Interesting. Okay. No other questions? Well, please give a big round of applause. Well done. Now, you ready? Sophie? Okay. So our next presenter is Safiullah. And just give me 1 second. I'm trying to... So our next presenter is Safiullah Junejo and Issa Hamadau. They are working together for this paper entitled From Debt Trap to Economic Prosperity, Solo Model Analysis of the Impact of External Debt on Indonesia's Growth. So this is some financial aspect of global studies that I believe Safi will unpack and give some insights, about what he is going to discuss, and hopefully to also present the results from the research. Slides. Mas Pras, kemari kamu.
Where's Pras?
Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, I pay my whole gratitude to this organization committee and especially the all collaborative. So first of all, I would like to introduce myself. Basically, I am from Pakistan, and right now I am an MA student in Indonesia in the Universitas Islam International Indonesia in Depok. Basically, my background is economics and energy economics. But finally, we got an issue related to debt crisis and debt trap. So me and my friend tried to come up with any finding and suggestion for Indonesia to have a better policy to enhance debt impact on the growth. So basically, here are some points that I would like to highlight. That first of all, introduction and literature review, and we made a theoretical framework with the help of solo growth model, because solo growth model is a very famous and popular model that's mostly economists apply to check the complexity of the results. And then research methodology, then results and discussion, and finally conclusion and recommendation. So here we can see the Indonesia right now have a very huge debt as compared to 2010. It was 134 billion USD, and now it moves to 409 million in 2022. And now we can see this rapid increase in external debt ability to manage the debt and achieve sustainable economic growth. So this is the main key that hinder economists to find what should be do to have some control on these kind of issue. And then the Indonesian government has implemented various policies to manage external debt, including external borrowing, foreign direct investment, and stable exchange rate. They have already applied these policies. Then the effectiveness of these policies in reducing the external debt burden and promoting sustainable economic growth is still matter to debate. So the impact of external debt on economic growth in developing countries is significant concern, as it can create debt trap and limit investment in productive activities. Here are some debt like local external debt, and in fact we can see here in December 2022, Indonesia had a local debt about 1.740 billion IDR. It's 9.4% of its nominal GDP. And then external debt was around, as I mentioned before, 409 billion. So there are some kind of, I also would like to highlight the effects of debt. There are some positive effects and there are some negative effects. The debt plays a vital role, as we know that access to global market, we have access, and also we can invest in the technology and also technical expertise and foreign funding for development purpose. And then it has also negative impact in aspect of inability to invest in development projects and also debt overhang. So we have also repayment with tax. So there's also issue in the debt. So here is the literature review that somehow explain the impact of debt. So the first study, Kuruguman in 1980, suggests that the debt trap, which results in sovereignty and financial dependency on creditors. And also another study, we can see the external debt has a short-term negative impact on the economic growth, but is a favorable long-term benefit. So this study is in the little bit favor. So we can see another study found that foreign direct investment and external debt represent the way able to be gone through by government in overcoming deficit of national saving to utilize national development to get the good economic growth. And also there are some studies they have discussed foreign debt with the solo growth model. They suggest that the foreign debt may cause a decline in human and physical capital investment, which may result in slow down economic growth. Also, another study suggests that found that the external debt of Indonesia has been dominated by US dollar and Japanese yen, which assumed to cause a surge in debt repayment. Here are theoretical framework. Basically, solo growth model is based on the Cobb-Douglas production functions possible. Observe the effect of foreign debt on public saving. We formulate this formula to extend the as a study framework for this study. Here are the debt overhang theory. I also like to highlight the overhang theory. The debt overhang theory is a crucial idea in investigating external debt and economic growth to see the combination and impact on another. And also, according to theory, excessive external debt can result in debt overhang that prevent a nation from making investment that will expand its economy. And another author that suggests that the debt overhang theory and its implication for economic growth have been the subject of numerous studies. Also, there is a research methodology, data sources, and also variable. We found some variable that are really impact on the to find out the real problem, what kind of factor impact on the debt economic growth. So here we have debt service. Also, we got data from WDI, World Development Indicator, also data for external debt and export, import, gross capital formation, and population growth. All data were gathered from the WDI. And here's the model we use to see the economic growth, how these factors have impact on the GDP. Here are the results and discussion. First of all, we gathered data, and data was time series. And also we apply some perioral tests to see which model we should apply to see the results and accurate impact. So basically we applied unit root test to see the data is stationary or not. First of all, there are two methods to check data. First, augmented decoupleur test and filtration test. At a level, the data is not significant in augmented decoupleur. When it comes to first difference, the data is significant. We can see the third column, first difference. And then filtration SEM, there are two variables like export is significant at a level 5 or at level, but significant level of 5. And then all variables are significant when it comes to difference. So we then check the co-integration test like with the bound t-test to see whether there is a co-integration or not. Then we come up the result. We can see the table show that the F static value is lower than the upper and lower values. We conclude that these variables are not co-integrated. Consequently, there is no long-run relationship among these variables. Here, we can see though we applied ARDL model according to data and its results. We got some results, and they suggest that GDP is also significant, and debt service is not significant because debt service has no impact on the economic growth. As we see, the export have a significant impact on the GDP. As we see, the probability is 0.00 something. And also, external debt is significant. It has impact on the GDP. Also, import. And another variable we see GCP, it is not significant, and also import population growth has also significant impact on the economic growth. Here are some results and discussion. We can see the Indonesia external debt rapid repaid with foreign currency negatively affected long-term and short-term economic growth. And also exports positively impact economic growth, fostering expansion and higher total demand. And further, the trade balance tend to be negative in developing countries like Indonesia, with imports outweigh export, negatively impacting economic growth. And also gross capital formation, GCF, positively impact Indonesia's economy, that contributing economic advancement. And also now we can see here the employment opportunity and labor forces productivity show a strong relationship with the rapid economic growth. And finally, debt service, as I mentioned, has no impact on the economic growth. And then conclusion and recommendation. The analysis of the solo model and Indonesia external debt highlight the determinant impact of high foreign debt on the country's economic growth. The burden of debt service slow down the economic expansion and increase reliance on foreign resources, limiting Indonesia's independence on the global stage. Moreover, stringent conditional ties imposed by lending nations and donor organizations aligning with their own interests can hinder the nation's long-term economic growth. While foreign loan can offer opportunities for growth and deficit reduction, mismanagement of funds can lead to further problems. It is essential for Indonesia and other countries to utilize foreign loans for a productive purpose and seek borrowing arrangements with fewer conditional ties to promote sustainable economic development and preserve autonomy in decision-making process. The study findings suggest that a country's economic growth can be hindered by its reliance on external debt alone. Therefore, Indonesia's government should consider implementing initiatives to increase the GDP, such as increasing capital formation and exports. So that's about my presentation. Thank you so much. I will hand over to the moderator. Thank you.
Right. Is there any? Thank you very much, Safi. Yeah. Is there any question from members of the floor? How would you see these outcomes from your research benefit other policymakers from other countries, in order to also watching the economic growth or overseas debt?
Yeah, actually, basically, it happens that incentive is not utilized properly on the, as we say, the technology have a positive impact in the economic growth, right? But most of debt is not utilized on these sectors like technology or productive, or we can say the industrial sectors. There is a lag, there is a gap to have an investment in these sectors. That's why the economic growth is not getting faster. Somehow the debt has positive impact, but it's depend in the context of utilization, where we utilize, where we invest, where we spend those funds that we get. So that's the thing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Is there any possible plan for you to, in your next research, to do some comparison with other countries? And do you think that, I don't know, probably choosing some of the developing countries maybe can give some useful insights?
Yeah, actually, we can have what you say practice from China, that they have a strong background in the technology and adoption of new technology and inventions. We can also have a comparison study with this, and maybe hopefully in the future we go through with this comparison. Okay, thank you.
Oh, we have a question.
Yeah.
According to your research, that would give a long-term benefit, but your conclusions suggest otherwise for Indonesia, considering that most of Indonesian debt has been borrowed during Jokowi's presidential term. In your opinion, the benefit, has the time has not enough time passed yet for the benefit to show?
Yeah, basically, as we see the applying such programs, such projects takes time. It's not like 1 month or 2 months. Some projects got started, but stuck in the middle. They don't come at the end. But some project that comes in, they give benefit. So in this stage, if they have invested on the the productive projects, the production we haven't got yet, but for a few years later we maybe got. But it's depend, because we say that in the future, hopefully we got such kind of project. Yeah.
So it's too early to decide, right?
Too early.
Thank you very much.
And it should be like a practice and have a proper method. In Pakistan, example, there are a lot of projects they got started and stuck and get fell. The debt burden has also getting increased. So that's the thing. Yeah, thank you. Hopefully you got it.
Thank you very much.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Yes. He has a very prepared script for the question.
Yeah.
Right. Is there any other question from the members of the floor? Yes, sir. Well, maybe last one, a quick one. Yes.
Hi. Very nice presentation. I haven't realized we got so much depth. Okay, so the question is, how has Indonesia effectively utilized its national debt to fuel economic growth and development? And what key sectors have benefited the most from these investments? Like we spent like billions.
Yeah, actually, basically, the Indonesian government should invest more on renewable energy sectors, because as we see a lot of budget goes to the fossil fuel. Recently, according to my thesis, and I studied about this, the Indonesian government invests a lot and spending is on fossil fuel. So if they move and they try to have a bioenergy products like renewable energy. So it's gonna be beneficial for the Indonesia. So that's the answer.
All good. Thank you. Thank you, Safi.
Thank you so much.
Well done. Without further ado, let's move on to the next presenter. We have 3 presenters, I believe, from this group. The whole gang is here. Strengthening the roles of local governments, talking about that again, and sustainable development by Andri Tantio Cahyo Nugroho, Chakra Yudi Putra, and Dia Ayu Febriani. A little bit of synopsis from this research. Decentralization in Indonesia has driven regional economic growth, but has also caused adverse environmental effects. So despite Kyoto Protocol commitments and clean development efforts, GHG emissions continue to rise due to prioritizing economic growth over environmental sustainability. So the study investigates, if I'm not mistaken, the impact of local government debt on reducing emissions and fostering sustainable development and environmental innovation. Yeah, and who is going to present first? You will come together. Okay, all right. You'll do a choir. So please welcome the
Okay, yeah, so good afternoon to all of us. We are here, very delighted to have you guys here, distinguished colleagues. First of all, allow me to introduce ourselves. I am Chakra Yudi Putra, Partnership Director of Total Politik, a new media that provide digital discussion platform in YouTube to talk about politics, public issues, and public policies. And here, Dia is from Institute of Development and Economics Finance, and Andri is from Universitas Indonesia and is a current student of Master of Economic Planning and Development Policies. Yeah, first of all, I want to give a little bit story about us. Why 3 of us standing here? Because each institution of us is obligated us to come as a presenter. So yeah, here we are. The more the merrier, I guess, if that's okay. So yeah, let me start the presentation. As we know that Indonesia is 4th most populous country in the world, and as a developed country, is our strength that are a lot of human resource available to be departed into a labor market that drive economic growth. But that strength and opportunities are also comes with the consequences that our economic growth are much consist of increased industrial trials, infrastructure growth, mining exploration, and also greater commercial development, which all of them are driving energy consumption and increases greenhouse gas emissions. So that Indonesia is committed and obligated to involve in Paris Agreement that aspire to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 27% in 2024 and 29% in 2030. So I think this is clearly a problem in Indonesia and as a world globally. And Indonesia is ranked first with the highest pollution level in Southeast Asia and 26 in the world based on World Quality Air in 2022. So yeah, Indonesia has implemented decentralization since around 1999 and 20. Also, of course, that it has implications for the broader scope of authority given from central government to regional development. One of the district responsibility is to carry out and addressing the environmental issues. And ever since that, Indonesia decentralization has a dynamic pathway regarding decentralization. It's indeed driving the distribution in district economic growth, but it also comes with the consequences that district government cannot finance its concurrent tasks. Thus, it's regulated and allowed for district government to propose debt in order to finance productive activities. As we also can see that in the chart, there is a trend to be increasing in the local government debt in Indonesia. And the literature review will be explained by my colleagues.
Okay. Thank you, Chakra. Good afternoon, everyone. Previous research have various different results on how local government debts affect the pollution. For example, Kiw et al. In 2022 find the local government debt in China can well, Glutens in 2017 found usage of turning point where on environmental quality in this ratio is exceeded Glutens, Mao and Feiler in 2015 also found that the higher the level of local government debt, the lower level of green development, the productivity growth. And then research gap in our paper is there has no previous research that examine the impact of local government debt on the air quality index in Indonesia. So research question in our paper is whether local government debt have impact on the air quality index in Indonesia. And the novelty is the study examined quantitatively the impact of local government debt on the air quality index in Indonesia, taking into account two pandemics mobility restriction. And then data method and research design. We use qualitative research using OLS methods. We also includes control variable to ensure unbiased effects. We use panel data from 35 districts or city in Indonesia that have local government debt within 2 consecutive years in 2020 until 2021. Thank you. And next, Ms. Dia.
And also, after all of this discussion and quantitative results, so the finding is the statistical characteristic of the variable is we can conclude that the estimated coefficient of government debt scale is negative at significant of 0.635%, which indicates that any increases in local government debt in average can lower the air quality index, or Indonesia can call eco level, or in this research, we can call the air quality index as equirepresent as pollution. And also the details is based on the Serang, that the Serang city have the lowest air quality index or eco level in the year of 2021, and also become the highest local government who had the highest debt value along the data panel periods in this research. And along that result, the air pollution in Serang also occurs because Serang is the one of the largest industrial activities such as steel smelting, cement and asphalt producing, with relative high gas concentration, but is not accomplished and not implemented by policies that support sustainability development. And for the second one, we using the ordinarily less square regression that have result the independent and control variable simultaneously affect pollution with a contribution value of 54.9%, while the rest is not included in the research model. And that has a coefficient of minus 12 in 0.39 and a significant p-value. So the result of the study supports the findings that which state that the higher the level of local government debt, the lower the growth rate of the green development of productivity. So the reasons include the restrictions because of the pandemic COVID-19 that Indonesia have implement PPIA or the Community Activities Restriction Enforcement and the mere control in 2020 and 2021, but it's not have no correlation with the dependent variable in it. And also, the research find that the hypothesis about the local government debt can significantly decreasing pollution level in context to support sustainable development is rejected in 35 region and regency and cities in Indonesia. But also, the development of the city had been financed by local government is not fully compliant with the sustainable development because not all of the regency cities or the province in Indonesia had implemented that sustainable development policies. And Indonesia had the UU HKPD or Hubungan Keuangan Pusat Daerah or the financial allow the financial about the central government and regional government that had been implemented in 2021, which has implication for policy formulation, specifically managing local government loans that are oriented towards environment sustainability. But until today, it haven't implemented yet or not having an achieving yet. And the conclusion, implication, and limitation that we have found that the main finding of this study is that regional government debt has significant negative effect on the air quality index value in Indonesia. This means that the higher the regional government debt, the higher the pollution level in the area. And also, this finding may indicate that so far, local government debt has not been dedicated to green development policies because of debt in debt. And also, the policy implication is that there has to be improvement of regional financial market system mechanism, and also the prudent about the focusing to mitigate risks in developing policies about the debt itself. And the last one is local government can strengthening the financial market by UU HKPD or law and financial of central government and local government itself. Thank you for the attention.
You're out of breath. Thank you very much for the three presenters. You did really well to finish that within time. Is there any questions from anyone? We can take one question. Safi, this is your expertise. Do you have anything to say?
Actually, I'm really curious to know about why some of results are not significant. Do you have any idea? Because there was just one result about debt that was significant, but the other variables were not significant. Do you have any idea, suggestion why they don't have impact on the air pollution? You can open the slide.
Can we go back to the slide where we have all the,
This one?
No, the other one, the final result, the regression result. Yeah, here. Just that is significant. The other variable, FDI, general assets, they all are not significant.
Okay, I would like to answer that questions because if we put the pollution and debt into one panel, in statistical, it's only a significance. If we put in all the independent variables and also control like the investment, the allocation or general allocation fund, and also the assets that the local government have, there is no significant injection in the air pollution because Indonesia is not only a limitation about the funding, about not only for the general funding, but also there's a specific funding or the AK, dana alokasi khusus. Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think, can we give a big round of applause? Okay, for the last presentation of the day, we have Iren Sondang. She will be presenting about their research on readiness of local government to integrate social protection and disaster management in Indonesia. So without further ado, Ms. Iren, everyone.
So maybe while waiting, thank you very much, distinguished professors and participants. It's been an honor to me to present our research in this forum. So enough with the depths, like the previous presenters. Maybe
Let's not talk about money.
actually, it's talk about money a bit because I want to show how the government like to spend their money. So not that, spend their money to the society, especially for vulnerable group that that including in this research. So in this presentation, I like to share about the readiness of the national and local governance. It's not only the government, but also the other stakeholders like the civil society and others to integrate the social sectors and disaster management. So first, maybe just skip it. So do you know that in household that encounter certain natural disaster has a higher probability of being poor for almost 5% than others? Specifically in Indonesia, 76 million people live in the high-risk flood zones. So they're categorized as a vulnerable group. It's more than half live in poverty. So as you can see in this picture, I think the natural hazard like flood is very close related with the poverty itself. And one of the provinces in Indonesia, East Timor, Nusa Tenggara Timur, experienced 3 times increase in the poverty rate among highest poorest province due to earthquakes, floods, and landslide. And I'm sorry, maybe there's one natural disaster is extreme weather. So this is like a small facts about the natural disaster and poverty, especially in Indonesia. So this is just like a picture, a big picture of how Indonesia as a ring of fire. So not only the hydrometeorological hazard, but also with the geological hazard has been exposed to our country. So, but the interesting is in each only like 7 provinces that already settled with the adaptation and mitigation plan to counter or to deal with the impact of the natural disaster. And in other side, so in this research, I just want to make it clear. I want to give some pictures about natural disaster and also the poverty itself in our country. In other side, in Indonesia has reached 25 million of poor people. It's like 1 citizen from each 10 Indonesia citizens. It also has a different characteristic between urban and rural. In this slide, I think rural is more numbers than urban, but based on the research, 2025, the citizens were forecasted live more in urban area rather than in the rural area. So this is from our National Planning Agency, or we call it Bappenas, urban populations consumption growth compared with the village population consumption growth. As you can see in this side, I want to focus in the urban population because this side, I think below 40% population is growing because of the social assistance program. So we have quite many national social assistance programs that can boost of the consumption from the urban population. And so as I said before, I want to, in this research, I want to see from 2 point of view. So I made the map overlay between the hydrological disaster and poverty. And as you can see, Java Island is the most complex region to see the complexity of poverty and also natural disaster impact. So based on that background and also that facts, I think the natural hazard intertwined with the poverty as a threat to many countries. What kind of threat? The probability becoming poor as exposed by the vulnerable group in the end increasingly difficult to cope with the future risk. So it's like a vicious circle. Double burden when one country should reduce poverty and inequality, but also the country also manage disaster impact. So this problem, I think it has connected. So since the problem linked to each other, so I think the solution also needs some integration. However, some initiative action has been developed by the national level. However, less designated intervention that brings integration, especially in local level. So in this research, we want to know how the readiness of the local governance to cope with these issues. So previously, I think many researchers previously have quantitative approach, but in this research, we use qualitative. So with the document review and also focus group discussion and in-depth interview, and then I skip the detail. So there's a cross-cutting intervention. It's called adaptive social protection as an integrated and transformational change. So this adaptive social protection actually, the correlation between the social protection as a part of the welfare improvement and also disaster risk reduction and the climate change adaptation. This approach actually lowering or buffering the negative impact of climate change and disaster. And this adaptive social protection actually improve the existing social protection, especially in Indonesia. So basically, there are some difference and also similarity between these three approaches, but I would like to skip because I think 5 minutes more to explain. And then for the adaptive social protection, also need to consider about the three social sectors. Not only the social protection, but also the education and health. The education, I think, effective tools which could be used as a media to deliver the protection itself to the society. And the health aspect, I think, for the disaster management or the climate adaptation, it needs to shift from the responsive to the preventive action. So disaster management, climate change adaptation, and social sectors, I think it could be the integrative approach. So from this research, we got the result. We mapped the national level policy. So since it's an integrated approach, so the multi-stakeholder needs to develop the integrated approach from the Bappenas, our national planning agency, as an adhesive institution. The Bappenas need to coordinate the Ministry of Social Affairs, the NPB, and also the climate change adaptation from the Ministry of Environment. But the challenging is the coordination and information uniformity as a baseline, also the budget allocation, and insufficient of data. So in Indonesia, we have some overlap of data, especially for the disaster victims and also about the climate programs in each of ministries. So this is just for the mapping, also for the climate action, how the government still less incorporated health and education sectors. So this also become a gap in our national level scale. And in this research, we look deeper to the Yogyakarta as our lesson learned as a local government. Yogyakarta is an advanced region experiencing multiple hazard, rapid onset, not only rapid onset, but also slow onset cases like flood and land subsidence. So I think I just want to show you how the readiness of the local stakeholders based on our data collection. So especially for the education sector, they try to develop formal curriculum, but not yet established fully because it just initiated in beginning of this year. However, previously they did some like non-formal education to mainstreaming the climate action and also the disaster management approach. And also another point is the health sector also develop one of the important things. They already develop a hospital disaster plan, and also the social protection sector. I think they did some cash transfer program improvement. So this is the last slide. So for further analysis, I think from this research we found that our national conditional cash transfer program, which is like our flagship the conditional cash transfer program, I think need to improve to be more flexible, adaptive with the climate issues and also disaster issues. Second is a joint collaboration in terms of roles among technical ministry, local resources in each province, and the important thing, budget sharing and also integrated database. Thank you very much.
Well done, thank you. Yes, we still have time for Q&A session. Is there any question from the members of the yes, sir?
Yeah. Coordination and budget is always
it's like a classic issue in Indonesia. Do you have any recommendation to minimize that issue?
Okay.
The fastest can be applied. Thank you.
Okay. So in this research, we divided into the short-term, medium-term, and also long-term recommendation. So one of the short-term, if we can say like that, I think it's not only from the top-down approach, but also the bottom-up. I mean, the local government, I think they are ready. Because yes, they are ready, not only the government sector, but also the civil society. As we found in Yogyakarta, actually they already settled with this collaboration between stakeholders. However, if the national level government could support them more, I think they have more improvement action. But after we look in some local government, especially in Yogyakarta, because they are advanced, actually they already did like the integration and also how can I say, the cross-cutting discussion like that. So maybe the short term is to strengthen the local government.
From village or region?
The
village level?
Kabupaten
region.
District, right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Does that answer your question? And I think we can allow one more question if anyone has a question or feedback. No? Right. So thank you very much, Ms. Irene. And please give a big round of applause to Ms. Irene. And to all the presenters. I was quite anxious just now, but we are doing quite well time-wise, because Ms. Titin asked me to, to rush them up because I have to be fair to everyone. They have to have some Q&A session as well. So I hope that we have had some very insightful session today from the presenters. Well done, you guys. And we shall see you tomorrow for the other sessions. And I believe we have a gala dinner scheduled at 6 o'clock today at an Indonesian restaurant. So I hope to see you there. And thank you very much for your time and participations. Thank you again. Salam.
Ini adalah Indonesia, negeri yang dianugerahi tanah yang subur, dikelola oleh tangan-tangan anak bangsa. Kami berjalan bersama Presiden Jokowi dan Menteri BUMN Erick Thohir.
Pupuk berperan strategis terhadap ketahanan pangan.
Mengembangkan berbagai inovasi dan bertransformasi bersama Pupuk Indonesia, menjaga ketahanan pangan bangsa, dan menghasilkan senyum untuk bangsa. Pupuk Indonesia, makmur bersama Indonesia.